Good morning. Good morning. Righto, good morning everybody. Welcome here. They're back on. But we're going to head up to our race box, get out of this wind, and we'll get the race underway in under 2 minutes. Well, there was only 4 seconds between Toddy and Greg Gartner, I think it was yesterday, and I think it was about 11 between Todd and Tom in second place, and then I think it was about 11 back to Greg in third place. So that's not a lot of time, but you'll be surprised how close they finished together towards the end.
So Toddy leaving away in car 85, the first car to take on the long course here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, and these crews will be leaving in 20-second intervals. There's not a lot of time for these competitors to get up to the line and get going. Tomo and the next car away in car 30. Another one of our ultimate class competitors this weekend will bring up the first of the trucks. Class 4, Greg Gardner in car 410. Really strong day yesterday from Greg Gardner. And away in the big. He's got a couple of buggies I'm sure he's wanting to chase down, Sandy.
Don't forget, Greggy Gartner's running 40-inch tyres, so there's a little bit to get moving there. Out of his 6 litre still.
And next car away, the 57 of Aaron Bailey. He was my pick for the win, Sandy, so I'm going to keep an eye on his progress throughout the weekend.
I'm sure he'll do well, he always does, so. Now today, I think we'll see them come back in towards us 2 or 3 times throughout the day. There we go, Brent Martin away. Now, Brent Martin is actually gone back to a 3.5 litre for the weekend. Did you know that? He's pulled his 4 litre out, had a little issue there, and they're hoping to have that back together for the next round. Kyle Tucker. I got my money on him, so we better see some results out of Kyle today.
Of course, didn't finish the prologue yesterday, Kyle Tucker, but got the short course running done. Next car away, the first of our Class 6s, Toby Waitley. As we see Gardner coming down towards the Sutton Ford whoops. So Waitley underway in the Class 6. Next car on the line, Jay Mitchell in 121. So Mitchell also out on our South Central Trucks long course track, which will bring up Evan Lampard in car 184.
We're already down to our 10th car.
Oh, and there'll be plenty going on out there, Sandy. They'll be looking in front and behind them. We'll be able to see all their fellow competitors quite close. So with Evan away, you can
And
see
not
the
only
dust
that,
hanging out
yeah,
the back
not
there
even that.
already.
This morning we've got a little bit more breeze today, don't we?
We do. Peter Simpson in car 412 underway, the 7-litre powered machine.
And Sibbo was saying he was chewing tyres yesterday already, so he's a bit worried about tyres throughout the weekend. He's done taking lugs off tyres, so.
Well, a lot of the competitors were saying it was getting pretty rough yesterday as well, even with just the 42 k's running we did.
Daryl Nissen away. And you can see down at the start line, the ruts are actually starting to get quite deep off that start line.
Yeah, still with a lot of cars left to go. You can see in the pit line up there as Brenton Forsyth gets his long course journey underway in the single-seater.
Simon Tucker, last year's second place getter in the championship, is now on his first lap for this morning.
He'll be one to watch out for too, Sandy,
Yeah.
making his way through the field.
Simon Tucker always finishes well, doesn't he?
Car 60 of Brenton Galash, one of our local competitors this weekend. They were doing a bit of work on the car yesterday, Sandy.
Well, like I said before, mate, we saw a lot of people working on cars last night as we went for a wander around the pits. There was lots of things. A lot of people came in doing drive shafts. Even Greggy Gartner was putting a drive shaft in. Stu Chapman off the line. And I'm going to say second of our Class 10s, are we? Yeah, Bowie, following Stu Chapman out. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, well, that was one of the competitors we didn't quite have a time for, so we didn't know where he settled in.
That's
but
right.
I'm sure Bowie's going to want to try and chase down his fellow competitor, Stuart Chapman. On the line there, you can see the 28. Seaton battle. Callum Havey was driving this car yesterday. Now I do believe Seaton's in it today. Do we know that for sure, Sandy? Or
Yeah, I believe so. I believe this is a new car to the Battle family.
that'd be the second of their elements, I reckon.
Yep.
As we said at 10.06 at Conrad taking the track, you can see the car too over the back there. Looks like Chapman on our screens at the moment, Stuart Chapman. And the 174 of Darren Marks.
James the Pup Tyrrell on the start line. There's a lot going on right now, isn't there?
There is a lot going on. Not a lot of time to think when you've got 20-second intervals, that's for sure. They're starting to come back over to Sutton Ford Whoops. And we see Stuart Chapman doing that right now. And he'll make his way over the burst and super jump. Another one of our competitors who did a lot of work on the car last night, Lockie Campbell.
Yeah, they were changing drive shafts again last night.
Yeah,
And
they have exhaust issues as well. I
exhaust
believe.
issues.
The 137 of Richard Andrews on the line. Look at him to try and make his way through this field. So 23 cars now underway as the battle machine over the Sutton Ford Whoops and the burst and super jump. On the line, the 585 of Michael Shipman, the first of our Class 5s to get underway for the South Central Trucks long course. That was another car that was handling the Whoops beautifully yesterday.
Yeah, phenomenal, wasn't it? The
first of our beam cars away. You see the drone doing a fantastic job capturing some images there on the big screen.
We do have a few cameras out and about today. We'll try and get as much as possible for everybody at home. Looks like we're following Mr. Habe out there, car 57. Would I be right? Oh, nearly overshoots the corner there.
Yeah, a little bit wide.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of lap 1 of the long course, I suppose, Sandy.
Trying to relearn.
It's the 68 of Barnett, get underway.
There goes Mr. Barnett. Now, they had the engine out of that car last night, so they'll probably be taking a little bit cautious in Towers' car. And I was corrected yesterday. They are waiting on another Towers car for himself, and in the meantime, he's lent them his own car, so it's good to see. Looks like Sean Ratcliffe lined up. I see back there behind him car 404, which we saw with the left-hand rear hub apart last night as we went for our walk. So
there's a Ratcliffe underway. I do like that car, Sandy, the 1007, a nice package, as they're shipped it over the Sutton Ford whoops as we speak. Here's the silent car.
The silent. I was going to say it's an EV, but Darren Franklin on his way around. Robert Gussenhoven lined up, car 404. Yep, we saw that last night with no axle in the left-hand rear, so he's obviously had a little issue there.
Yeah,
had a lot of people wheel bearings and hubs.
Gussenhoven underway. I'll bring up the 697 of Cameron Grayson at the line. They're another crew that were doing a lot of work in this car.
Yeah, they were indeed last night. There was even, I think, Darren Mott struggled with a little bit of overheating last night. He was clearing some stuff out and getting a bit more air into the radiator in 435. He's coming up in a couple of cars' time. And I think Gussenhoven had some front end issues, a bush or something. Sorry, Grayson. Mr. Forsman on the start line.
Jason Forsman in 474.
Look at that over the whoops. There goes Tinger.
This is a cool little truck, Sandy. I do like that truck. It's smaller than some of the big trucks around. Ratcliffe over the Sutton Ford whoops.
I don't know how those cars are going to handle that for six laps today, mate, because that is brutal, those whoops in front of us.
Well, they all handled quite nicely yesterday throughout the day's racing, but
once again, they were repairing. A lot of cars were repairing. They've got a lot further to go today than their 42 kilometres of race time yesterday.
The 6 laps of the 60-kilometre track as Andrew Cameron, the next of our Class 5's underway.
And I'm going to say we're about halfway through by the looks of that. Car 36 off the line, that was. Or 36th car off the line,
the 36th car away, and the 37th car away will be car 81 of Tony Carabot.
Doesn't this thing sound fantastic?
That little right-hander before the Sutton Ford whoops, that's a really cool little corner. You keep an eye on that throughout the day, because the top cars, when they come flying through there, get quite sideways. They lift up the front wheel.
Looks like that gap's already closed up between Grayson.
Yeah, that'll be the 1042 of Peter Tamlin.
Tamlin, yes.
Down Cameron Grayson.
Looks like Tamlin's already wound them in a little bit.
Tamlin's been racing for a long time, knows the track as well. It's the 217 of Dean Petrel underway.
And what do we reckon, mate? We reckon about a 30. We're going to see a sub 30-minute lap today. We're 12 minutes in.
I don't know if I want to say that yes or no, Sandy. It'll be a very quick lap, but it's certainly possible.
It'll be around the 30 to 35 minute mark, I reckon.
Well, if we're going to see it, I reckon we'll see it early on.
Before the track chops up.
Yeah. Well, as all the competitors were saying yesterday, as you can see Andrew Cameron coming down towards the Sutton Ford Whoops, chasing down Darren Mott. And the 201 of Brendan Forsman gets underway. Our competitors were saying yesterday that the track was getting quite rough quite quickly. And today it's going to be quite hard work out there. The 264 of Brian Bradford underway in the Bunderson.
Down from, where do we say? Down from Townsville. Is that right? Up north anyway.
I can find that out for you as Carabot over the whoops.
Another EV off the line, 655. Very quiet car anyway.
Yeah, both Rob Knight.
We actually don't have any EVs here this weekend. Well, I've seen some competing, a couple competing in their own little class, but not here.
Well, this will be the 606.
Stevens entry.
Hayley Stevens.
Hayley Stevens and Toby Stevens.
This brings up one of your cars, Sandy, one of your styles.
Yep. 888, Michael Hackney off the line. I'm still surprised these people are punishing their cars on those whoops early on. I would imagine the track would be fairly smooth to start off with, but most of the people we talked to last night and this morning told me that by the end of the short course yesterday, the track had actually chopped up quite a bit and we're starting to get a lot of rocks coming through already. So they'll be dropping on and off that short course track as part of the main track today.
So as Forsman over the Burson Super Jump, Daniel Gibson just left the start line.
Heath Whedon.
Matthew Hample was supposed to leave before Daniel Gibson, so not sure what's happening with the 1021, but Heath Whedon underway in 779.
Taylor Apostolos on the start line. With a dad in the passenger seat. They were fixing a couple of little minor things yesterday also. I think it's the second of our Maverick R's over there on the start line, hiding behind the banner too. We've got, I'm going to say, under 10 cars to leave.
Yeah, well, this is the 620 of Paul Renouf. He's the 50th car away. So we should have about 10 cars to go.
Well, I don't think
Clayton's back here.
Clayton's not starting. We know David Adams actually had a reasonable rollover yesterday. The only one we didn't really know what happened to, but he's bent the frame, and that frame will need to be repaired before he can come back out and need to be inspected. So, unfortunately, he's out. Clayton Chapman, they had a lot of torque converter troubles early on.
Here's the Vanderwoods get underway in 554.
I have no idea who's in that car today.
No, I'm not sure. I believe I saw Darren in a suit. This will bring up the 222 of Troy Purcell. There's Gibson over the Sutton Ford Whoops. So not too many left to go. The next one will be the 225 of Connor Henderson.
It's good to see we've got 4 Class 2s, 4 or 5 I think today, this weekend. We've got 5 I think, yeah. Yeah, good to see Class 2s out for the Southern States Series. I think most of those guys will be entered in.
Yeah, certainly a very well supported series throughout this year.
By this man here that is on your screens has organised that series. 8 events and we're now into our 5th event now. Matt Hummer off the line.
And he was one of our competitors that had some dramas yesterday.
Who's going around over behind us where the chopper is there?
That might be the...
They come around and head back out.
Might be the first car returning and just into our view, but we've missed it. We were too busy
Come in
watching
and
the
go
walks.
out. They come in behind us here.
Well, there's Tom Owen.
Tom
So
Owen.
that
Must have been Toddy Lehman through. Tom Owen, and then they'll head out to go and do the back half of the track. So we will all be able to just keep our eye on who's where, basically. Hey.
There's Mark Hardman gets underway. Sam, if you look through the tree line there, you can see sort of that dust just hanging. If that sort of dust just hangs about in that tree line there, that could be quite tough to battle through.
That is going to be hard to see through. Considering the breeze is fairly strong today. There is Greg Gartner, folks, over in the top corner there, heading back out.
So Gartner, the third car back into our view, which means our top three have now come through, all in the order that they started.
And now I'm going to say that's at around it says around the 30 kilometre mark. No. So that'll be about maybe a third of the way through? Nah. There you go, I just got yelled at, exactly half. So you see them at the start, and you can see in the top corner of our viewing area, you can see the Element car 57 coming through, exactly halfway mark on the track. So halfway, and they're at 20 minutes. We're going to see a 40-minute lap. I'm tipping somewhere around there. I was thinking we would get closer to a 30-minute lap.
I reckon, just based on my best guess, I reckon that Tom Owens built a little bit of a gap over Greg Gartner, as Brent Martin also over the Waikerie Toyota jump, and we'll head back out to tackle the second half of this long course loop. Because we do have the big map with all our numbers on them. We can track all the cars around the track. So all of our cars have now taken to the circuit as Kyle Tucker over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. And of course, the national crews have 6 laps of the course to do. I believe our state competitors about doing 4, our clubby competitors doing 3 laps, but all of them have to do a 45-minute service break.
And that should spread the field out, so there's a little bit less overtaking by the big guys overtaking the smaller guys, faster guys overtaking the slower guys. So I've just been corrected, there's actually 6 Class 2s this weekend. Jakey Stevenson sent me through, and hopefully gearing up for the Class 2 Cup at Rainbow Rises in August. So there you go, anyone with a Class 2, get out to Rainbow Rises and have a blast. Jay Mitchell recently acquired this car, just seen him go past the halfway mark over there, our Waikerie Toyota jump.
Is this the ex-Brandle car? Unsure.
Well, the dust is settling a little bit for a minute, mate. I think we'll be watching people go over behind us hit this halfway marker for a little while before we see in about 15 minutes our first car come through to complete lap 1 of round 2 out here at Waikerie, the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. That was
That's the 184 of Evan Lampard.
Well, we've got a minute, folks, as we watch Sibbo go over the Waikerie Toyota jump at the halfway mark. Don't forget, you can get some chopper rides probably today, I would imagine. I can see their little tent set up over there near the Kenworth water truck. Grab yourself a feed and It was good to see someone get that hot lap yesterday. Someone that had been following off-road for a while and hasn't been in a car yet. But we've got Rotary Club of Waikerie doing some food over there. There's a couple of other venues doing coffee and food, so thanks again to our major sponsors for the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres, and also Raceline Wheels, who's sponsoring our headwear today.
What's that mean?
It does look like, we're just having a look at the rally safe here on our screen, and just looking at car 136, it says in transport, which we think may mean that he's under tow.
Yeah, so that's what we're believing at the moment, is Matt Curtis might be under tow, but unsure is Brenton Forsyth in car 48 over the Waikerie Toyota jump. A little bit of a gap between Forsyth and the competitors in front.
Which can be good, which means he's got clean air, but it might also mean that he's falling behind.
Oh, it does mean he's got the car 2 of Simon Tucker not far behind.
Yeah.
So Tucker has catching up to Brenton Forsyth in car 48. And there's Brenton Galash. Now Simon Tucker did start in front of Brenton Galash. So those three cars still in order, but Simon Tucker trying to make his way through.
He was definitely closer. Stu Chapman.
Well, this is one I'm really interested in. There's Bowie there.
Bowie right behind Stu. There's not much of a gap there. He must be... Bowie may have not be able to get up in his dust. Because...
No, you can see that just hanging dust in the trees there.
I'm surprised because it's kind of breezy out here this week, today. Definitely a little bit more breeze today than there was yesterday. Another fantastic day weather-wise for racing, really. Sun's out and the wind's up. But like you said, you can look into the trees there and it's like that you get into the trees and the dust seems to not move, doesn't it?
No, you see where...
Seaton battle
car coming through and throwing up a nice amount of dust for our next car to come through.
I reckon Seaton will be just spending the weekend getting used to the car, I would imagine, before he takes it home to Queensland.
Certainly a nice event to be at for his first run in the car.
I tell you what, fantastic setup. Once again, credit to the Waikerie off-roaders. This track, setup, layout, everything, absolutely phenomenal. And apart from the chopper, we're pretty lucky. We've got a pretty good view from up here.
Yeah, we've got a very, very good view, but I think the chopper's probably going to give you a better view than we've got. So I think they're still doing all the rides today, Sandy. So
yeah, I see they're heading out to the back, to the front half of the track over behind us.
It'll be Darren Marks in 174 over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump.
A lot of these people seem... There's Pup, halfway mark on his first lap. They seem like they've got the same spacing as what they started. There's not many gaps have changed, even up the top end with Toddy Lehman and stuff. There's not really a big gap change between any of these competitors yet. We haven't seen very much overtaking.
No, the only,
or if any.
Only ones I can really... Well, I can't see any overtakes. Obviously, Bowie's trying to make his way through.
On,
and Simon Tucker's catching up as well.
Lockie Campbell, halfway. With his father, Greg, in the passenger seat with him. They prepare a lot of the side-by-sides up there in New South Wales.
Yeah, we saw in the truck yesterday all the spares they're carrying with them.
Yeah,
throughout the
they
weekend.
had a full car zip-tied to the inside of the truck, didn't they?
It would be a nice thing for a lot of these competitors to have. I don't think there'd be many off-roaders out there that have a basically a spare car inside the trailer. That'll be Richard Andrews in 137. He's had a very, very strong weekend so far, Richard Andrews.
Some of these guys kind of go a little bit unnoticed, these drivers, don't they?
Well, he started in at a 23rd place, but just had a really, really good, consistent day yesterday. And like we were saying earlier, if a few of these competitors have these little dramas, look out for some of these competitors in sort of the teens and the 20s to make their way through the field.
Class 5, Michael. Once again, that did a fairly good run out at Rainbow, that car, so second round for him this year.
Yeah, well, they seem to have really sorted that car out in the last couple of years. And now it's just a matter of punching out some really good results in the 585, as I believe that'll be the 1082 of Jesse Duke.
And right behind him, mate, that gap's close. That is a close gap.
Yeah, well, that'll be Aiden Campagnolo. And Jesse did start in front of Aiden, so Aiden is
obviously made up some time there somewhere.
making up some time.
And once again,
for
probably
sure.
sitting in dust. We were saying, you know, after the pre-run on Friday, there's a lot of overtaking opportunity, but obviously if there's dust there, taking that chance of swinging out with the amount of rocks that are out there, you could quite easily go to overtake and hit a rock and your race be over. So sometimes it's easier to sit behind until you know there's a clear run.
Yeah, and pushing too hard up in the dust at the wrong moment, even just a small error running wide, getting stuck in some soft stuff, you can drop back quite quickly as well.
Our rally safe there showing the back half of our track, so if we zoom out we'll see car 30 Tom Owen down on our bottom left there, car 85 which is Toddy Lehman. They will take a minute to update, so don't get excited when you see Tom Owen in front of
I'll work that one
car
out
30
and I'm not too excited about it yet.
But they look like they're not far off heading back in, don't they? Well, Toddy Lehman's basically on his run home.
Just updated, and yeah, Toddy Lehman not too far away now. We said it was going to be just under 40 minutes, which will mean
we're at 31 minutes now into racing here at day 2, ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro.
Sean Ratcliffe's got some flashing lights going on. Car 1007.
Thanks to Screenshot Big Screens from over at Mount Gambier for our big screen out here today. Being able to view what's going on out further on the race course. Sounds like the Diablo.
It was the Barnett machine.
Oh, there you
They're
go.
not too far behind. Got another one of our Class 6 competitors. Is that a silent car, Sandy?
Yeah, that looks like Darren Franklin.
Yeah, so Barnett started
also
cars ahead of
Robert Gussenhoven, car 404. I think it's our only F truck here this weekend. With not a big gap to, I'm going to say they've caught him well and truly, and probably can't get around in the dust.
Yeah, that'd be Cameron Grayson in 697. A few of these cars actually, Sandy, catching up to each other. So Ratcliffe came through before Barnett, I believe, there, and he started a couple of cars behind him.
Remembering Barnett had the engine out last night for he said a bearing or there was a bit of oil going on there, but I don't know if they had engine issues or they had torque converter or gearbox issues. They were a bit unsure when we were talking to them, but they had some sort of issue. But the engine definitely came out of that car last night. Another class 4. There's a big gap between whoever's in front of Mr. Forsman here. Fantastic drone footage.
Well, and this is that battle I wanted to keep an eye on as well with Sandy, with Darren Mott and Andrew Cameron. And there is Andrew Cameron in sight now over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
I think we've seen nearly every car come through this first section. A couple of changes in positions, but most of them up to date, I think, have come through. I don't think there's anybody missing, which is good to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw the 10-10 of Paul Tenga, but I may have missed it looking around here.
There's Tony Carabot in the Diablo. He had a little overheating issue or something very early on. I think it was prologue even. So hopefully he's had that sorted. And
well, this says the 10-10 is still underway, so I may have just missed that car. And try and look around a few of these different cars on this this computer in front of me with all the cars on the map. There's the 1088 of Matt Ridley. Of course, we'd like to thank our event sponsors for this weekend. Without them, we couldn't put this event on. So we'd like to thank Waikerie Hotel, Sutton Ford, Sprint Freight Logistics, Ramco Earthworks, ARB, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Riverland Funerals, the Waikerie Club, Dunstan Repairs and Maintenance, Bursons, Thomas Foods International, Platinum Livestock, Tough As, Waikerie Tyre Power, Waikerie Mechanical, BVMS Chartered Accountants, Shill Auto. There's another one of our Class 6s. Makes away over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Shill Auto, Kane Electrical, Marshall First National, Elders, Rexall, Gallard Group, Riverland Irrigation Services, Waikerie Coaches, who sponsored our prologue yesterday, Truro Agencies sponsored the short course section, South Central Trucks sponsoring the long course section that's taking place right now. Of course, we've got the Burson Super Jump over there, where a lot of our crews are getting a lot of airtime, and I'm sure our photographers are having a really good time over by the Burson Super Jump as well. The Sutton Ford Whoops, thanks to Waikerie Toyota sponsoring the infield jump. Our state championship sponsor, Sprint Freight and Logistics, and of course our class sponsors, Element Off-Road, RMAW, Rollies Automotive, SC Tucker Transport, Dunstan Repairs and Maintenance, SS Race Tech, Waikerie Machine Hire, GRC Motorsport, and Solon also sponsoring the event here this weekend. As our first car completes lap number 1, Toddy Lehman.
don't forget, folks, you can get onto Sportity, punch in ARB Champ, and that'll get you all the information and everything you need to know to get your information throughout the day. And we are hanging here, refreshing to see if we can get some information on times.
Well, remember these crews started at 20-second intervals, and I believe Toddy Lehman's got a nice little buffer here to car 30 of Tom Owen. And there is car 30 right now. So Tom Owen to complete his first lap of the South Central Trucks long course. You can see at the end of this straight, Sandy, where they hit the section of track that hasn't been watered down.
Yeah, it just turns straight to dust. It's crazy. We mustn't be... There's a bit of a gap there between Greg, isn't there?
Yeah, they're starting to
Here he is.
open up a gap. There is Greg Gartner now in 4:10. First of our trucks. Had a really good day yesterday. And he's got a bit of work to do. He wants to try and chase down some of these buggies because he can look out on the left-hand side. He's going to see Toddy Lehman over the Sutton Ford Whoops for the second time today.
He will now know how far away his first place is, how much he's got to claw back. But there's a lot of horsepower in Toddy Lehman's car up against, like Greg was saying yesterday, he's still a 6-litre in that truck. So until he goes up in engine size, he's probably going to be falling behind as far as capacity and horsepower goes. But
well, it seems like in this sort of last half of this track, this is where the gaps are starting to become bigger because Aaron Habe was the next car away, so he should be the next car back into view. Still no sign of it. There he is, 57 now. So as Tom Owen.
There we go. A couple of times, folks. Toddy Lehman came through with a 36.55 earlier on, our first place getter, and Tom Owen with a 37.23. That's 30 seconds behind. So that's a fair difference, I think.
It's a very good first lap from Toddy Lehman.
You all can follow this on the Sportity app as well. Brent Martin safely over the line for his first lap and on his way. I nearly swore live then, but that's mad. Greg Gartner, wow, that's unreal.
Kyle Tucker in car 14 back into view. Completes his first lap.
It looks like he was driving fairly sedately there. When I say sedately, probably trying to conserve the car early on, knowing that somebody in front of him is going to break down.
Yeah, well, it is a big day of racing ahead of these competitors.
Aaron Habe with a 38.23, Brent Martin with a 38.30, and we don't yet have a time for Mr. Gartner.
There you go. Gartner had a...
He also had a timing issue yesterday, which they had to go and download the information off of his rally safe at the end of the day. So, there we go. Another one of the elements, the first of the elements out here this weekend.
Brent Martin not too far behind Aaron Habe, probably maintaining a similar sort of gap. What did you say the lap time was between Martin and Habe?
We have Toddy Lehman at 36.55, Tom Owen at 37.23. We now got a time for Greg Gartner with a 37.42, so he's 20 seconds behind Tom Owen. Aaron Habe with a 38.23, Brent Martin with a 38.30, and Kyle Tucker with a 38.39. Now Kyle Tucker is now a minute 40 behind our current leader, Toddy Lehman.
Jay Mitchell, the next car to finish lap number 1.
And Brent Martin, don't forget, Brent Martin is running in ultimate class, but basically running a class 1 car. He's gone back to a 3.5 litre naturally aspirated in that car.
Yeah, it is a very, very good effort when you think about it like that.
And he did championship in that car a couple of years back, so he's
always
he knows what
fast.
it's all about. And very professional team, the Martins. So Jay Mitchell 39.25, and we're about to hit the 40-minute mark with the next few cars, I think. Toddy Lehman, the only one in the 36-minute bracket.
And there's the 184 and Evan Lampard completing his first lap.
And I really thought we were going to see a sub 30-minute lap early on out here. Clearly not. Peter Sibbo around this last corner to the finish line. Trying to conserve his tyres, he said.
We Jay Mitchell over the Sutton Ford whoops. There's Daniel Gibson over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump in the Class 6.
Halfway through. Daryl Nissen completes his first lap this morning out at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro in sunny Waikerie, South Australia. A little bit breezy, but it's also very sunny.
I was seeing Daryl Nissen just come through. I was told yesterday he actually had quite a big moment out there. Was able to gather it up or got away with being lucky. I'm not sure which.
Can be luck sometimes. It's currently 14 degrees.
Car number 2 over the line to finish lap number 1. He gets to look out to his left hand side and see Daryl Nissen over the Sutton Ford whoops.
Simon Tucker's. I didn't see Brenton Forsyth come through, did I? After Daryl Nissen.
I didn't see.
So there was a gap
Forsyth
between
either.
him.
I'm going to look at our fantastic setup here. Try and
Car
find
48.
car 48.
I don't know. He might have had a little issue out there. Because his car 60, Mr. Galash. So I'm going to say Mr. Forsyth has had an issue. Car 225 rolling into the pits. So if you're out there, race in and see what they need. Your team is coming in. Car 225. Stu Chapman on his second lap now.
Well, here's that Class 10 battle we get to keep an eye on, Sandy, because Stephen Bowie Graham wasn't far behind Stu Chapman, and there he is now.
Not close enough to make an overtake. And don't forget, folks, these cars have got the rally safe in them. So if their navigator's got their eyes on the rally safe and you have a car right behind you, it'll flash up that you have a car within distance, and I think it's something like 50 or 80 metres, usually something like that. They do change that for different tracks. To let the drivers in the car in front let them know that there's a car behind them and to move out the way. So they've also got comms in there, so you can talk car to car, most cars. Here he is. Car 48, the missing car.
Brenton Forsyth.
No spare tyre on the back of that car.
I didn't actually spot that, Sandy. That might be a good pick, though.
He may have had a flat. I think we're going to see a few this weekend.
And here's Toby Waitley in 6121.
Into the pits. Toby Waitley's into the pits, so
well, I saw a group.
His team better leg it back there quickly.
He's obviously had a drama out there because he's fallen down the order. He was right up the front, and I saw him. He was on the
Mr.
tracking
Galash.
system.
These cars, I can't believe. I know they're built for it. But Seaton battle coming through.
And here's that Class 10 battle. Stuart Chapman over the Sutton Ford whoops in 10.14. Keep an eye out for the 10.65 of Stephen Bowie Graham. There he is right now. You can see the dust over this side starting to hang as well, Sandy. Just to make it a little bit tougher for our competitors as we go throughout the racing today. Travis Conrad over the line.
You know what they don't see coming.
James the pup, 10.36, safely over his in for his first lap and well on his way into his second lap there. We are yet to have many cars start falling out, which is good to see. Be nice to see most come in. Seaton battle hitting our whoops. Down from up north in this fresh element. Lockie Campbell also over the line.
So Sandy, I'm just finding some lap times here for Stuart Chapman and Stephen Graham. So Bowie with a 41.37.5 and Chapman with a 41.38.3. So Bowie Graham faster on that lap, and on the overall time, now within about a second of each other at the moment.
And he may be playing that to his advantage. He might just sit behind Stu and know that he's got to finish in his dust to get a win.
Yeah, it's certainly not a bad way to do it. And
that way he doesn't have to push the hell out of the car and stay in front, if that makes sense.
Well, and they're certainly right
good way
up
to
front,
play it.
The quickest Class 10s we've got here this weekend. So as long as Bowie can stay within that 20-second gap, it does need to get about a second closer. Chapman still leading overall by about 1 second, so he needs to get a little bit closer and just stay in the back, or stay in the dust of Stu Chapman. He will get that Class 10 win. This will be the sound of the 585 crossing the line. Michael
Mr.
Shipton.
Can hear the chopper landing and see the chopper landing over there, folks. If you want to book a ride, run on over. See him in the little tent next to the Kenworth water truck there, and you can jump up in the chopper, follow your favourite car, or follow any car really, because it's pretty bloody awesome to see. And seeing the track from up there is awesome. Haven't been up in one a little while myself, but 10, Mr. Doot, 1082.
Rich Andrews. Also over the Sutton Ford whoops.
I don't remember seeing Heath yet. 222 still going?
Yep.
That's the last car. Mr. Shipton, this car hitting these whoops is phenomenal to watch. Looked like he went a little slower than last time over there, didn't he? Little bit of a gap in the traffic here, just as we watch Mr. Tinga come over the line. Little Spitwater entry, Class 10. Once again, thanks to our championship sponsors for the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline Wheels, and of course ARB 4x4 Accessories. Sean Ratcliffe. Looks like he's reeled in Mr. Tinga a little bit.
Well, he had some brake issues yesterday, Sandy. He's bleeding brakes.
Oh, he was too, that's right. Yeah. What other information did we get last night? I know there was a couple of coolant leaks and a couple of overheating issues and a few axles and drive shafts I was surprised to see.
Yeah.
A wheel bearing on car 60, was it?
Yes, wheel bearing on Brenton Glash's car.
There goes Darren Franklin, the silent knight.
No one's going to hear him coming, that's for sure. I'll tell you what, Sandy, some of these Class 6s are quite loud, and then you've got Franklin's car out there that you can't hear. There's
Barnett's. You know, Barnett's. I think he'll be taking it fairly conservative this weekend to make sure that car comes home in one piece.
Yeah, well, Ratcliffe, Tinga and Franklin have all made the pass on Barnett, so we're probably just trying to get that car through to the end. I'm just trying to find a few cars in our rally safe here at the moment, Sandy, just to make sure that we're all still running.
Tinga over the whoops. Still travelling.
I just don't know why it's got yellow, because the only other yellow cars are in the pits.
Proper speed. It's like
It's going again. So of course a couple of cars in the pits at the moment. Toby Waitley headed in there at 6.121 and the 2.25 of Connor Henderson. Because there's Greg Gardner.
We just both looked at each other and like, unless Toddy Lehman snuck through while we were sleeping probably.
Or Toddy Lehman and Tom Owen.
Yeah, which doesn't mean much. It just means that Greggy Gardner's a little bit louder and he woke us up.
There's Tony Carabot coming back in towards us. We'll check rally safe here. It says that Toddy Lehman's still travelling out there. Trying to find the Tom Owen machine. Carabot off to begin the lap number 2. Andrew Cameron in car 5-7, he also over the line. Well, I'm going to keep an eye out on this side, Sandy, because if Gardner's gone through there, there's Darren Mott over the line as well. 4:35 and 5:70 doing battle. There's Aaron Habe. So Andrew Cameron looks like he's made the pass on Darren Mott. Darren Mott started in front of Andrew Cameron as our recovery heads out.
I see Robert Gussenhoven coming in, that F-Truck car 404, into his second lap.
Yeah. So Gussenhoven completing this lap, and Forsman, fellow Class 4 competitor over the Sutton Ford Whoops. There's Matt Ridley in 1088. Another one of our single-seat competitors running here this weekend, which means they have it all to do. Don't have the luxury of a navigator on.
And not only that, I've always wondered, when you break down, you've got your own thoughts out there, don't you? Like, you don't have a navigator to talk to, so...
Yeah, very true.
6119. I tell you what, with this track layout, there's a lot going on the whole day, isn't there?
There is certainly a lot going on, as Darren Mott looks like he's just pulled over to the side of the track here, just before the Sutton Ford Whoops.
Indeed he has. Mr. Mott's crew may need to get ready.
Yeah, might have a little bit of work to do on car 435. But as you're saying, Sandy, certainly plenty to look out for. There's not really any moments where you don't have a car in view for too long, and that's the beauty of having a track like this where the cars come back halfway through and you can spot them again. As Gussenhoven tackles the Sutton Ford Whoops in the Ford truck.
Did that reasonably well, didn't it? Recovery looks like they're making their way up to Mr. Mott. Very light little single-seater, isn't it?
Yeah, very small car, very light car.
Don't forget, folks, Class 10 is an up to 2.5 litre naturally aspirated engine. See Jay Mitchell at the halfway mark over behind us off the Waikerie Toyota jump.
Now if Rally Safe is correct, Sandy, we just missed him. Darren Mott slowly driving the car back towards the pits, as there's, I believe that's Brent Martin going slowly.
Brent Martin cutting through to the pits as well. So the Martin crew need to be ready, make their way back. Unfortunately, it looks like Brent and Andre are having some issue. Shame, because he was actually doing quite well, wasn't he? He was in the high end of the 10s, up at about the 7th or 8th position.
Yeah, he was the first car yesterday to not be in the top group, so he's in the second fastest group yesterday. He's made his way through the field throughout the short course to start right up the front. Brent Martin now in the pits. Now these competitors...
Mr. Knight in the Maverick car, 6:55 over the line.
These competitors, as I believe that's Peter Simpson coming through here to the halfway point. They are allowed to rejoin at the halfway point if they come in under their own steam into the pits.
Michael Hackney, 888, and our only Class 8 this weekend, just finishing his first lap. We've still got a few on their first lap, don't we? I haven't seen Heath Whedon back in. Michael Hackney, I think he was about 10th last car or something. The Bunderson's on its way in, car 264. Good to hear the cheers in the crowd. Pleased about that. Football racing team. Very well prepared car, that too, isn't it? Very neat looking car.
Certainly is a very neat looking car, one of our beam cars as well. Michael Hackney was the 45th car to leave this morning, so you're correct. There was about 10 cars behind Michael Hackney.
And I'm gonna say we've got about 6 or 7 out currently. We've got 4 in here and a couple stopped out in the track. So at the Forceman entry, little Class 2, 201. Last year's Class 2 champion. Competed all the rounds. Completed all the rounds. ARB Waikerie, ARB Waikerie Hotel, Riverland Enduro, Waikerie, South Australia. We're off to Gundy next week, in about 3 or 4 weeks' time, and then down to the Pines in the end of September for the final of our ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. So another 2 cracking events after this one.
Well, I was just going to say, it is a very good calendar of events, isn't it?
Phenomenal. Michael looking after the front end of that car, I'd imagine.
Brian Bradford in 264 over the Sutton Ford Whoops. I reckon we're not too far away from another car coming back to cross the line here. And of course, Andy was saying earlier, these cars or these crews have got a 45-minute service break today. Now the club level competitors, they're only doing 3 laps, and they'll do their 45-minute service break after lap number 2.
So Galash, car 60, halfway point.
There's Mark Harden, car 88.
They had throttle body issues, he was saying last night, where they run an electronic throttle body and the circuit board peeled up. So they resoldered all the circuit board back together to get the car going again, and it's back out on track. So some of the stupid things that go wrong with race cars, eh?
I think if anything's going to go wrong with a race car, off-road racing will find it for you. I reckon that was Stuart Chapman that just went over the Waikerie 208 to jump. Bowie Graham was not far behind him. And there's Bowie now. So it looks like Stuart's made up.
He's pulled away a little bit, hasn't he?
He has pulled away. He's made.
However, like I said earlier, I think that might be a smart move from Bowie, knowing that he's just got to sit there.
Yeah, I reckon he's too far back now, though. They were really, really close. On
Matty Hummer.
Time.
Chris was saying that car was only doing about 115 k's an hour or so in its standard form, and then Matty Hummer's they've done a little bit of work to it. It can get out to 140, 100. I think it was 153 or something. But yesterday he was doing 140 when he melted a belt. So he's been told, or they've sort of worked out, that if they just do an 120k an hour, the thing will hold together all day long and look after belts. And out at Rainbow, remembering it shattered the clutches and the aluminium casing, and they couldn't get it apart. Well, they had to cut it off. Put a new pulley system on it. Car 48 at the halfway marker. And there's not much of a gap there. Seaton Battle is fairly close to him in his dust. So once again, I think Seaton Battle will just be getting used to his car this weekend. More so than trying to do anything stupid. And
oh, we got a pass
there
on
you
the
go.
cards
Look
here,
at this.
Sandy. Looks like Darren Marks is going to overtake the 1042 of Peter Tamblin as they head over
Peter
the
pulls
Waikerie
over and
jump.
lets him past. Actually, there you
That's
go,
smart
he's got him
move.
going again.
Give himself a little bit of time as well. You see the chopper
Let the
flying above
dust
the
settle.
trees there.
Another one that's close, mate. Looks like Travis Conrad. We must have 3 Maverick cars here this weekend, do we? 620 over the line.
James Tyrrell in 1036 over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
We're watching Taylor over the Burson jump there and on her way out to the first half of the track for a second lap. Thanks again to our championship sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. Mr. Vandy, or the Vandies. Car 554 off the Burson's jump.
Well, Billy Coombe in 276 crosses the line. A reminder, plenty of food options available here this weekend at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Keep you fed throughout the weekend.
Unfortunately, the town had a little bit of a water issue last night, but I believe everything's back on deck and you can head into the pub tonight for a feed.
Well, perfect.
Before you start heading home tomorrow.
I was going to say, perfect thing to do after a race weekend. Head to the pub and get ready for the long drive back home tomorrow.
Screenshot big screens showing everything that's happening further out as well. I don't reckon we'd be too far off hearing some come back in.
No, shouldn't be too far away now. As a reminder, the fastest lap time on lap number 1. Find it on the
It was
computer here.
36 minutes.
Yeah, 36:55.7 from Toddy Lehman. It's Troy Purcell with 222 over the line.
Another class 2 behind him.
Well, that'll be the 217 of Dean Petchell not far behind Troy Purcell. There you go, Sandy. Troy Purcell started 53rd. He was the 53rd car away this morning. Dean Petrel was the 39th car away.
So we must be nearing the end of our field on their first lap, I would imagine. Here's Heath Whedon coming in over the finish line. Heath and Michelle, and in their class 7779. And Heath put a lot of energy into the Southern States Series. We've mentioned it a few times. This is race number 5 for the Southern States Series out of 8. So a couple to go.
And there's our chopper coming back into land. So if you want to go for a chopper ride today, make sure you head over and line yourself up. You get a better view of this track and these cars than we get. We got a very good view. So go and get yourself a chopper ride. Here we go, Sandy. Toddy
Man of the
Lehman.
moment, Toddy Lehman. He'll be coming in for his service break. First car and track.
Service breaks
Oh,
for
that's
these
right.
guys.
No, that's they get an extra lap, don't they?
Yeah. So the national competitors have their service break
At the
after
third
lap
lap.
3, and the club level competitors will do it after
And that
lap 2.
might be a. What are they doing? They're doing about 160, 70 Ks. That's not too bad. All these guys will have plenty enough fuel to do that. They usually have enough fuel to do things like Fink, which is about 220, 240 Ks. There is a fair gap between Todd and whoever is behind him. I'm going to say it's Tom Owen still. I'm going to look at the rally safe, but
so 38.30 for Todd Lehman, obviously.
2 minutes slower than previous lap.
I reckon it was, what was he the previous lap?
36 something.
36.55.
But he's
Yeah,
also
38.30.
got a massive gap now in front of.
Well, of course, these competitors will be starting to
Well, we
come
still
off
haven't
in
seen
the,
Tom
lap traffic as well.
or Greg, Mr. Gartner. So that's a massive gap so far.
That is a very big gap. It's Heath Whedon over the Sutton Ford whoops in 7.79.
And I think the problem Todd would have now is he doesn't actually know how much of a lead he has. So
No.
he wouldn't realise how
hard he has to push.
hard he has to push. He can look back on, actually the track out there, he can look back on a fair few corners, so. Mate, this gap is absolutely huge. Heath Whedon, I see he's slowing down, let Todd
Well,
pass nice and smoothly.
Greg Gartner.
And then
in
Greg Gartner,
4.10.
which means we've got no Tom Owen, folks. He may be stopped out there with an issue, but Greg Gartner hits the finish line there as we see Todd Lehman disappear out of sight over down our roadway.
Well, according to the rally safe here, Tom Owen is still running, but that was a little while ago.
And it could just be a simple flat tyre, but that might put him out of contention for a podium. Good to listen to, Greg Gardner, isn't he?
It is a beautiful sounding truck, that's for sure. You can hear him coming from a long way away. There's Barnett's coming back into the pits here. There's the 474 of Jason Forsman over the Waikerie Toyota jump. We get to watch Greg Gardner hit the Sutton Ford looks once again in the Class 4 truck. Over the Burson Super Jump. Here's Aaron Havey over the line. Obviously missing Tom Owen at the moment, but even the gap that Gardner's built over Havey, quite a sizeable gap there.
Overall, Todd Lehman's been competing an hour 30 and 52 seconds. Greg Gardner an hour 32 and 26, a minute 33 behind Todd. Aaron Havey an hour 34, so 3 minutes off the leader, and a minute 43 behind Greg Gardner. We're yet to see Tom come through. Here's me guy. Kyle Tucker. We'll get an update on his time any second now.
We've got some lap times here for lap number 2. So Toddy Lehman's was a 38.30. Gardner's a 39.03. Aaron Havey's a 39.56. Kyle Tucker a 40.06.
1 minute 35 slower than Toddy Lehman, Kyle Tucker. Well, I think my pick's out the window, mate, for my top 3 so far.
Well, I had Aaron Havey, Kyle Tucker and Greg Gardner. So I'm out of order, well, and there's another car in front.
Young Nash Lamb does his book every race, comes out here. You get to pick 3 for the prologue and a wild card, and this year, this event, it's whoever finishes in 9th place. And then you get to pick your top 3 plus whoever finishes outright in 9th place. And he's pretty bang on every time, young Nash. Gassenhoven over the Waikerie Toyota jump on his way out for the second half of lap 2 this morning for him. Close little gap there.
Well, based on that, it should have been the 697 of Cameron Grayson. Or Michael Lesky in 6119 coming through there.
Don't forget, I see that chopper's been up in the air a lot, but don't forget, folks, you can go for a chopper ride this afternoon. Is that Jay Mitchell?
It is Jay Mitchell in the Class 1.
And that'll be his third lap. He's onto his third lap now.
He would be onto his third lap. So he's done quite he's made the most of a few of our competitors dropping out. Obviously, Toby Waikerie made his way into the pits. Matt Curtis, as well as the missing Tom Owen. So
and we haven't actually seen Brent Martin come back out. We haven't seen Mr. Mott come back out in car 435. And we had a Class 2 go in there earlier as well.
Yeah, Connor Henderson made his way in there in 2:25. There's Evan Lampard coming back to finish his second lap in 1:84. So Lampard and Mitchell starting 9th and 10th. Out in front of them, we've got about 4 cars that have either dropped out or gone missing as Lampard makes his way into the pits. And that may be a service break if he's only doing
he
the
could
club
well
rounds.
be having a service
now, we
break.
do have that information here, so
somewhere.
I can find it.
I was sort of sitting back out of the way for those that don't know. Cameron's got everything going on in front of him over there.
Yeah, so Evan Lampard is doing the club round only, so he'll be going in for his service break. So 45
and then come
minutes,
back out for one more lap or two?
One more lap for the club. The state competitors, I believe, are doing 4.
Sebo aimed at the finish line here, which means Sebo's also come up the ranks.
Well, Peter Simpson starting out of 11th. And
that's he should be down, I'm going to say, without Tomo and Brent Martin, Sebo will be down around 7th. We saw Lampard just came in, which means, yes, I mean, Sebo will probably jump even to 6th place outright here at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Daryl Nissen's over the line, coming in for a service break, I would imagine.
Yeah, I believe that Daryl only doing the
car
club
164.
Rounds. So we're doing the club rounds and the Southern States round, Daryl Nissen.
Tom Owen, Sebo's just jumped to 7th place. Tom Owen and Brent Martin slowly disappearing off the scoreboard, unfortunately.
Well, it's the thing about off-road racing, Sandy, is as far as these sports come with all the technology now and how reliable these cars are, there's still going to be issues in off-road racing.
100%.
And guys like Peter Simpson making his way up through the field.
Been doing it a fairly long time now, 40 years of off-road racing, so he knows how to keep the car together when the track's, degrading tyres at a rapid rate. Once again, massive thank you to the Waikerie Off-Roaders. This track, its facility, the layout. Thank you to the local council for helping out getting the water ready out here for the toilets, etc., the septic, because this setup's phenomenal.
And there is the 7-litre Simpson over the Burston super jump.
He's doing it quite well too, Sebo's truck, isn't it, that Bennett?
Absolutely. But we've got 2 Bennett trucks here this weekend, is that correct? Is the Darren Mott machine a Bennett truck with a different body kit on it? Yes, it is. 2 Bennett
car
trucks this
264 at the halfway marker. They're travelling quite nicely, which is great to see. Great
2.
Team. Simon Tucker. Last year's second place getter in the championship in a Class 1 car.
Well, the Class 1s have been getting faster and faster over the last years as well. They're really putting the pressure on some of our ultimate class competitors.
Not sure what's happened to Tom Owen. Not sure if we can find him on the rally safe and maybe see if he's still motoring or he's obviously had some sort of... Remembering that he had power steering issues and put a new power steering pump on the car last night. So, he's not even on the track. He'll be... Looks like he may even be under tow or...
Well, it says here he's doing 53 k's an hour, but
well off the race line. Well off the race line. You can see just to the left of the centre of your screen there, the green line is the racetrack, and you'll see him just in the middle of the white section there. Just he's travelling, but I'm going to say he's either under tow or just following a main track, cutting across a paddock to get back in. Here he is, Stu Chapman.
The battle of the Class 10s continues
Very
in front of us.
humble off-road racer.
Stu Chapman over the line, and where is Bowie? We'll get some lap times for these two as well.
There's a bigger gap than there was before, mate, I can tell you that. Because Bowie was a lot closer before. Looks like Stu Chappie is pulling away from him. That's not even Bowie.
Well, that's Forsman coming into the
That's
pits
car
there.
60 Galash behind.
There is car 60 of Galash.
So Bowie is either pulled up somewhere out there and we haven't missed it. Oh, no, here's Bowie now. Whoa, sideways in the trees. So he's now still got to get around. Oh, there you go. He's in for a service break, which will give Bowie a bit of clean air. It might actually allow him to catch back up to Stu a little bit.
Yeah, and Stu Chapman has made that pass on Galash. Galash started in front of the two Class 10s. So Stu Chapman got out in front. Bowie settling into a little bit of dust there behind car 60, but car 60 into the pits for the service break. And Brendan Forsman made his way into the pits there before, and I don't reckon he's due for his service break just yet. He's doing the national round.
There you go.
I reckon he might have come through halfway. And of course, the competitors that come into the pits at the halfway point, they are allowed back out to the halfway point to recommence the lap.
It's so brutal on some of those cars. I just don't understand how they're still going, some of those cars, after they hit those whoops. I mean, Chappie's is pretty well dialed.
So Stuart Chapman with a 42.22 and Stephen Bowie Graham with a 42.57, so he's fallen away quite a lot there on that second lap as Forsman looks like he's coming back out.
And on the times, it looks like Stu Chapman's currently sitting in 10th place. Total run time of 1 hour 40 minutes and 50 seconds.
So
and Bowie Graham, actually, sorry to interrupt, mate. Bowie Graham is at a 1:41.26 total run time, so there's only a minute 26 a difference there. Or not even, there's 35 seconds actually, a difference between the two. That's not a lot when you think about it. And I was saying earlier, maybe Bowie is, we said Bowie might only need to finish right close to Stu to make it.
I think I've had a look at it before. You needed to finish within about 18 seconds of Stewie Chapman, but I could be wrong with that. My on-the-fly mathematics is not the best as Darren Marks makes his way into the pits there for his service break.
We see Seaton Battle wandering back in. Might have an issue with that 28, that new element.
Brenton Forsyth in car 48.
Also coming in.
I reckon Forsyth also heading in for a service break. He is. So only doing the club rounds is Brenton Forsyth in car 48.
James the Pup, Tyrrell. Into his third lap, folks. Mum and Dad down the fence line cheering on. And smiling to see, watching him come past. That's great to see. Another one of our Class 10s, Trav Conrad. We see Taylor Apostolas heading over the Waikerie Toyota jump in the background. So, what do we say? 10 or 12 Class 10s here this weekend?
Yeah, I reckon there was about 14 on the list to start with, but I'm not sure if they all 14 started the weekend.
So the crew for car 30, that'll be Tom Owens. Could you head to headquarters, please? The crew for car 30. I'd say you need to go and pick up your boy. Unfortunately, we said Tommy Owen was heading across the field before, so looks like he's at a recovery point. When we check our rally safe, he's down the very bottom left corner, which I think is a pickup point for the cars that have been towed out by recovery out to the main road to come back to camp. So car 30, not good news.
Certainly not
Toddy
good
Lehman,
news at all. There's Toddy Lehman back
half
into
a
view.
lap to go, mate, before he comes in for his service break. And it looks like he's still well in front as we see car 137 heading for the finish line.
Well, this is Rich Andrews. And he'll have another lap to go, doing the national round this weekend, I believe. Now, while we've got some of our club competitors heading in for their service breaks, Sandy, we'll give a big shout out to our sponsors for the club rounds as Daniel Gibson heads through over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
Massive amount of sponsors to keep all this going too, folks. So if you know anyone that wants to get on board, can contact any part of the championship or the individual races.
Absolutely. So our main sponsor of the Southern States Championship, Burson Auto Parts, and our class sponsors, Geelong Carbies, Jetworks, PMD Race Products, Show and Go Photography, Tough As Products, River Murray Auto Wreckers, Ball Brothers Earth Moving, CCM 4x4, Racer Imports, Oz 4-Wheel Drive, Monster Off-Road, Integrity New Homes and Limestone Coast. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing Greg Gardner come through here.
Yeah, there's a fair gap between Todd and Greg, isn't there?
He's opened that gap up quite a lot. Massive thanks to our SAORRA sponsors, their multi-club series sponsors, Alert Security, Film and Delivery, Racer Imports, PMD Race Products, River Murray and Auto, and Stellar Digital. So thanks to all of the SAORRA sponsors as well. I'll keep saying, Sandy, without all the sponsors for the events and these series, we wouldn't be able to put on a race weekend.
And the volunteers, recovery, timing, checkpoints. There's a massive amount of energy goes into these races behind the scenes, paperwork. I know they said they had to have a lot of paperwork through to the council, etc.
And it all starts well before the event actually takes place as well. The preparation of putting the event together from a behind the scenes point of view, as well as what you can see here at the track. There's a lot of work that goes into it, as we can hear the 410 of Greg Gardner lines himself up for the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. Halfway through this lap, and there is a big gap that he needs
That's
to try
nearly
and
a
close
5
down.
minute gap.
Well, he's got
Remembering that Tom's dropped out in between the two, so
yeah, Tom did start between Lehman and Gardner as the 1042 of Peter Tamblin across the line now. How far back is Aaron Habe? So we've had the second car on the road, the second car that started today, Tom Owen drop out. We had Greg Gardner, Aaron Habe, and then Brent Martin. Fifth
Jesse
car away,
Dutt
also
coming
drop
in.
out. Yeah, car
Jesse
1082
might be
across the line.
coming in for a pit stop. Looks like it. We should nearly start seeing some cars getting ready to come back out onto the track after their service break.
You know, it's a 45-minute service break. It gives the crews an opportunity to jump out the car, check over everything, maybe grab a bite to eat. And
585, Michael Shipton over the finish line. He's on his way out for his third lap. I'm going to say third lap. obviously chasing championship points.
Yeah, right you are with Jesse Duke doing the club rounds this weekend and the Southern States Trophy. I reckon this is the sound of Aaron Habe coming towards us now in car 57.
Indeed it is, mate. Pops a wheel up. Current placing on track is Toddy Lehman, Greg Gartner, Aaron Habe, Kyle Tucker, Jay Mitchell in 5th. Mr. Lampard we saw go in for a service earlier, which puts Peter Sibbo, I'm going to say, in 6th currently. Daryl Nissing went in for a service. Simon Tucker and Stu Chapman will be 7th and 8th on track currently, with Bowie in car 1065.
Here's the 10-10 of Paul Tenga across the line. We just saw the 222 of Troy Purcell over the halfway mark as well, as Michael Shipton lines up for the Burson Super Jump.
I did see them out there measuring last night, putting some markers out with a tape measure off that jump, so they might be going for a longest jump today.
This will be the 10.07 of Sean Ratcliffe. The flashing lights on the front of the single-seater as he gets set for another lap here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Of course, a massive thanks to South Central Trucks sponsoring the long course portion of the event this weekend. We're starting to get a fair few gaps in the field at the moment. You can see the drone capturing some awesome footage on the big screen there. There's Heath Whedon in 779 over the Waikerie Toyota jump. The silent car, Darren Frankling, also across the line. I believe the Franklings are doing the national portion of the event, as Ratcliffe over the Sutton Ford whoops. One of quite a few single-seat cars here this weekend. You can hear the sound of the 474, Jason Forsman. We'll start getting some lap times here for you for these competitors as they cross the line for this lap. The Forsman over the line is making his way into the pits by the looks of it. And he is doing the national round. So on this lap, Toddy Lehman was the fastest with a 38.30, Gardner a 39.03, and Havey with a 39.56. Michael Shipton a 46.39, Franklin a 47.35. Bit of a Class 10 battle, Tinga with a 46.08 and Ratcliffe with a 46.25. Those two aren't too far apart on the track. So total time for Toddy Lehman, 1 hour 30.52. Gartner, 1 hour 32.26. That's a really nice gap that Toddy Lehman's got over Greg Gardner. There's the 5.70 of Andrew Cameron across the line as well.
Looks like he's rolling into the pits and service break.
He'll be doing the state and club round, so he'll be in for his service break. 45 minutes to have a look over the car. Maybe stretch the legs and get ready for another 2 laps. So state competitors doing 4 laps, club competitors with 3, and of course the national competitors doing the full 6.
Be interesting to see what's going wrong with cars out there now. These big cars, the guys that are on their 3rd lap. We know yesterday Greg Gardner changed the tail shaft, so they had a little bit of a vibration in the car. So hopefully that's sorted. There's Sibbo, half a lap to go before he comes in for a break. We must be getting close to seeing the first of our big guns. That looks like Tony Carabot. It is Tony Carabot, car 81. Six 119, Mr. Lesk.
Yeah, also in for his service break.
Michael Lesk. Lesk Engineering. "45-minute service break, but we must be getting close to seeing some people starting to wander back out."
Well, we say it's 45 minutes, Sandy, but these crews are going to be piling back in the car with a few minutes to go. So that 45 minutes, they won't get the full 45 minutes.
It's only really a 40-minute break, and by the time they come through the finish line, they've got a minute or two to get back there. So you're right, there's probably only realistically 35 or 38 minutes to actual working time on the car. And plus they've got to fuel up, which no one can work on the car while they're fueling up. They've got to be covered head to toe in long sleeves, etc. When they're fueling, somebody's got to be standing to the side with a fire extinguisher ready in case something happens. But that means that their total working time is, you know, if they've got to change an alternator, for example, they've really only got maybe half an hour to do so.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time, but if you also, just the little things you might have to do that add up as well. So it might not be a big job or a 30-minute job. It might be a bunch of those 2-minute little jobs that you've got to take care of.
A lot of cars will come in and they'll just check the wheel nut torques, for example.
There's Gussenhoven in 404 over the line. making his way into the pits now. I reckon he'll be coming in for that break as well. And it's amazing the amount of times you come in for those service breaks, Sandy, and then you find little issues. Those issues that you didn't know were
I
there.
think that's what happened last night when we went for a walk around the pits. Like I said, a lot of people came over the finish line, didn't they, last night, thinking there was nothing wrong. And when we went for a walk down there was a lot of people working on cars, fixing stuff that they didn't even know was a problem while they were out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gussenhoven will be the next one to have a look at his car, and hopefully there's no dramas with the big truck.
That chopper's been busy, mate.
Yeah, well, plenty of cars to chase around this 60-kilometre
And what
track.
an awesome track to do so at.
Absolutely. What an experience you could have here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Get yourself a ride in the chopper and go and chase around some cars, throwing up some dust.
Just see Stu Chappie disappear from the Waikerie Toyota, jump into the trees again. Another half a lap for him.
Oh, has Bowie been able to catch Stu Chapman throughout this lap?
We just keep our eyes on the jump and see what gaps out there at the moment.
We've got a car coming through now. That would be the 1065
Bowie.
of Bowie Graham. Both very quick Class 10 cars.
Phenomenally. And Bowie last year put a torque converter in that car. He reckons that's made a little faster, and also a little more forgiving on axles, etc.
Well, if you can go faster and be more reliable, why
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
Must be the calm before the storm, mate, because I'm going to say we shouldn't be too far off seeing the big guns starting to come back in. There's Toddy Lehman. Just checking our rally safe. We see Toddy Lehman. He hasn't got far to go. He's about to start heading back in towards the finish line. He does have a little bit of traffic in front of him, which he may not catch. Looks like he's got a little bit of a gap in front of him. While you've got a minute, head over to the Waikerie, the Rotary Club of Waikerie, and grab yourself a snag and bread or something like that. Go down and grab a spud or something, or a coffee. I can see one of the famous off-road racing navigators down there, Willie Nobson, sitting down enjoying a burger. Probably 2 or 3 burgers. We can tell the wind's up. The ARB banner's leaning over, strapped down to her concrete pylons, but the wind's picked up here today. Definitely windier than it was yesterday, that's for sure. Very quiet out here. It's like awkward silence almost.
There's a big gap. You've got to try and, a big gap of cars. Does that mean there's going to be a whole pile of cars coming through very shortly?
Well, looking here, it looks like Michael Hackney on the screen. Michael Hackney might be our next car in, mate, in Class 8. Our only Class 8 here this weekend.
Well, he's got a lot of clean air out in front of him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
No, this is
I'm lying.
This is the
car
Hardman
88.
The car 88 with plenty of clean air ahead.
Once again, we know they struggled with an electrical issue with the throttle body yesterday. And Michael, they may have just overtaken Michael, or Michael might have not sure, but he, from the rally safe, it looks like Evan Todd's getting close to coming back in, mate. There.
Yeah, shouldn't be too far away now from seeing Toddy Lehman back at the start line as the chopper makes another pass over the top of the spectator area.
Just got a message from Toby Cooper asking what happened to Brent Martin and Mr. Owen. We are not sure. We haven't been fed any of that information yet, but we'll let you know as soon as we know.
Here's Brian Bradford in 264.
Oh,
Whoa,
that was
really
super close to that tyre on the inside. Out for his third lap.
Be
Travis
10:06.
Conrad over our Waikerie 2 hour to jump on his way back out. So Mark Harbin swings around and heads for our whoop section. This is a sad sight to see, mate. See Mr. Barnett wandering up with a very, very long face. What happened out there, mate? You're in early.
Yeah, we changed the converter last night, pulled the engine out again, fixed it, and yeah, it's just leaking, and then we started breaking down and something wrong with the coil pack or something. So yeah, we figured we're just going to kill it, which we don't want to do, so we parked her up.
That's unfortunate, but another couple of races. I did have a chat to you last night. You've got a new car on the way, so that's hopefully get that out for the Pines, you're saying?
Yeah, hopefully we'll probably run up to Don and just blood it up there and put it through its paces, and then Millicent will be the target, so pretty excited about that. Yeah.
Commiserations for this weekend, mate. I know how hard your team works. Even if there isn't a problem, they're working hard, so yeah, no good, but we'll see out the next one, I'm sure.
Well, we pulled the engine out 4 times in the last 5 races, so we're not going too bad. Every Saturday night.
Oh, there you go. And Brent did a steering rack. That's from Craig Barnett, folks. Car 68. Unfortunately, ended his day early. And like I said, I know that team works flat out to keep them going. They're a great team down at Cougar Racing.
Well, Toddy Lehman has made his way into the pits here for his service brakes handy. So first car doing the national rounds in for the break. A 40.06 for Toddy Lehman.
Just a quick reminder, there's definitely no smoking in the pits or anything. There's no smoking in the portaloos. For those that are out there, people have been smoking in the portaloos. We'd rather you didn't. So there's Michael Hackney on his way over the whoops, conserving the car. Got a long way to go still. Still circulating though, and do we have a time up for Toddy Lehman?
Yeah,
40.06.
So the
2 minutes each lap.
yeah, the dropping times quite rapidly.
Obviously, it's chopping up out there.
Yeah, and chopping up very quickly too.
Side by side, Matty
It's
Hummer.
be Matthew Hammer.
Oh, guess
Not
who's
far
in Matty?
behind.
Look in his mirror.
Look out.
Matty Hummer, get the heck out the way, boy.
There's a
Nah,
big
he's
truck,
right.
410. He'll be coming in for his,
his timing was perfect.
Yeah, it was perfect. Greg Gardner will be coming in for his service break now. So I reckon Matty Hummer's navigator is just doing the big sigh of relief there. So we don't have to worry about that one right now.
However, think about it. If they're doing about a 50-minute lap and they've got a 45-minute service break, he's going to probably come around next lap. ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro out here in South Australia. Once again, the weather's been fantastic. The setup here is absolutely unbelievable. The pit area, the kids have got a sand pit they've absolutely destroyed over there. There's about 15 kids in there at the moment. You can grab yourself a feed, a chopper ride. And having the Waikerie off-roaders come together with the goods for this weekend, I'll tell you what, some of the best facilities I've seen in off-road.
Oh, the club's done a fantastic job over the last few years to get this event to what it is today. Having gone through just running it as a sort of a state championship and a club round to the national this year. And you can certainly see the effort that the teams put in to make this event happen as the 554, the Vanderwoods, coming around now as well to complete this lap. And I reckon they might be heading in for their service break as well, Sandy.
Can't see a spare, oh yeah, there's spare tyres in there. Guess who's there in the dust? I see those two little headlights close together. That means car 57, that element.
Aaron
Mr. Habe
over the line will join Toddy Lehman and Greg Gardner in the pits for the service break.
Michael Shipton just over our Waikerie Toyota, jumping on his way back out for the second half of the lap.
Yeah, getting chased down by a helicopter as well. Whoever's in there is getting a nice view of Michael Shipton as he heads out to tackle the second half of the lap. I reckon their ride might be over, Sandy. They're coming back in now.
See Daryl Nissen, the first of our cars, it looks like heading back out. He's coming down the pit lane and ready to head back out for his second section, which means probably another 2 laps, I think, for him.
We've got our national competitors doing the 6 laps, our state competitors doing 4, and our club competitors doing 3. And Daryl Nissen looks like he's doing the club round and the Southern States Trophy. Darren Nissen's raced off-road for a very, very long time. He's been doing a lot of the Southern States stuff this year.
And he's actually fairly quick. He's not just, especially, you know, out of some of these smaller tracks where that car doesn't need the high-end horsepower.
Well, his fastest lap today was a 40.25, and to bit of relevance here, Jay Mitchell, a fellow Class 1 competitor, he's fastest with 39.25, so about a minute slower than Jay Mitchell. But of course, that is a very quick car at Jay Mitchell's as well. Daniel Gibson over the line in at 6.57.
Just another moment to thank our sponsors for the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. They've put a lot of energy into the championship over the years. There you go, Saturday and Sunday combined. All the times, total run time for Toddy Lehman currently 2 hours and 10 minutes and 58 seconds. Greg Gartner 2 hours and 13 minutes and 30 seconds, 2 minutes 31 behind Todd Aaron Habe, our third car in, 2 hours 15, so 4 minutes and 48 seconds behind. So that's not a lot, that's only a flat tyre between him and first place, really, when you think about it. If as long as Toddy doesn't have any issues, he should be right. But I think next car on road may be Kyle Tucker, presuming he's still moving on the rally safe out there. Jay Mitchell, Mr. Lampard we saw came in for a pit earlier, Peter Simpson, Daryl Nissen, who's nearly ready to head back out.
Well, this last update on Rally Safe has Kyle Tucker a fair way away at the moment, Sandy. Quite a distance away from the...
that looks like Jay Mitchell, is it? It is
well,
Jay Mitchell.
Jay Mitchell across the line. Of course, Jay Mitchell was the 9th car away this morning. But he's the 4th car
Kyle
from
Tucker,
the national group to come in for his service.
Kyle Tucker's halfway out still. Kyle Tucker may have had an issue we didn't spot earlier on. Your fourth lad over the line. Jay Mitchell with Matty Burrows in the passenger seat. Little class 1. We'll see if we've got a camera spare soon and see if we can't get down into the pits, depending on time and timing. Well, folks, while things slow down as far as a couple of cars in the pits here and having their breaks, we've actually got 2 cars lined up ready to come back out. 164, and I'm going to say, is that 184? I can just see it behind the banner there.
Yeah, the 184 of Evan Lampard. Looks like he's being brought up to the line right now.
It'll be our first car back out after a... You see him disappear into those starting ruts, look.
Yeah, well, all these cars are going to take to that start line once again just to tear it up even more. I'll tell you what, I reckon Evan will be hoping that he can get going quite quick or quite soon here, because he's going to have a nice gap in front of him.
Yeah, we haven't had car come through for a while, have we? Over behind us looks like Grayson. Is that Grayson?
Yeah, the 697 of Cameron Grayson over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Well, what's the bet here, Sandy, that Lampard's sitting on the line, no
Someone
cars
pulls out in front of him.
Probably 3 or 4 cars come over the line.
Yep, as you say that, mate, look who's here. But I think he's coming in for a service as Sibbo. Hasn't he done well? I tell you what, Sibbo's holding about 5th place right now, outright in that Bennett truck.
He's done a really, really good job. Did a really good job yesterday and just maintaining that this morning.
A lot of experience in that car though, mate, so they know when they need to look after the car and when they can push it that little bit harder.
Jay Mitchell's last lap time of the 42.02, so all of these crews finding it tougher and tougher.
Is he coming in for a break? That's
This be the 276 of Billy Coombe. I reckon he will be
he's
coming
in for
his
a pit.
Service break.
And Lampard will be sitting there going, thank God for that. Yeah, I think he's got 10 minutes of clean air in front of him, doesn't he?
There he goes. He's away now. So Evan Lampard, who takes off nice and carefully after snapping that axle.
After yesterday, yeah, you're right. We saw them in the pits last night changing their broken axle. We saw that. We used to get that a lot back in the day with all these clutch cars, but since a lot of torque converters are out in cars now, they seem to be saving axles off the start line a lot more, and even across the whoops.
Looking at the rally safe, we shouldn't be too far away from seeing Heath Whedon return as well.
Right there, mate.
There he is. Right on cue, Heath Whedon. So Heath Whedon making away, and Darryl Nixon's going to have to make a pass on Whedon early on in this lap. Looking in the mirrors and see the 164.
And I'm sure Heath will pull over straight out of the other side of
away.
those trees. It looks like he has, off to the left.
And there's Simon Tucker in.
Just while we've got a second, we have car 201. Car 201, can we get your crew up to HQ, please? The Forsmans up to HQ. I'm just going to go for a wander, see if we can't have a word with some people down in the pits. Still going all right.
I'll come with you.
Once again, folks, you can follow on your rally safe, as you can see on the screens there. There's plenty of information online on the Sportity app. Punch in ARB Champ and that'll get you through to all the links to where you need to go to follow from home. Share it off all our socials. Share the links. Stu Chappie over the finish line. He'll be coming in for a service break, I believe. And it'll be interesting to see how close Bowie is to the back of Stu. Because once again we saw, I think it was about a 35-second gap earlier on, and if Bowie can finish right behind Stu, then we probably won't have an issue pulling the goods. Car 607, can we have your crew in? Here's Bowie. He's closed that gap a little bit more. Not totally, but he's definitely closed the gap in. Car 607, can we have your crew to HQ2, please? Car 607 crew. Stu Chappie in for a pit break, right behind him and hunting him down. Bowie, car 1067. Just while we're down in the pits here. just see a quick word to Kyle Tucker just got towed in. Looks like they've done a fuel pump. They're going to bang a new fuel pump in it and get back out. Man of the hour, right behind me, he's got a minute to chat. Toddy Lehman, you've got a reasonable gap out there right now. I know that's pretty easy to lose at times out there too, but the track's cutting up.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal out there. You just got to drive accordingly, I guess. Big rocks poking their head through. The berms are just bull dust. They don't hold you up. You just push straight through them. So yeah, you just got to drive with a smart head.
I see the times each lap you're getting 2 minutes slower, so it's obviously cutting up somewhat. And yeah, those rocks start poking through. How are the tyres holding up?
Yeah, we just changed a set of rears over. Go out with some fresh ones on the back for these last 3 laps. There's a bit of lap traffic out there now, and it's just hanging in the trees, so you don't really know where whether you're even on the track or in between trees or whatever. So you just got to play it smart.
Yeah, we're only up in the commentary box over there, and we can sort of see the breeze is taking a lot of it away out in the open paddocks. But over as you come past the halfway marker here, back towards us. It does look like the dust is just hanging in the trees, so that's been obviously a big issue.
Yeah, it's a big problem, but yeah, as long as everyone just does the right thing when they're pushed to pass and try and get out the way, it's it should be all good.
No worries. You hear that, everyone? He's coming through. Well done, mate. We'll see you at the finish line, and good luck for the last 3.
Right, thanks for having me.
Yeah, Toddy Lehman, car 85, little twin turbo V6. Behind me here is Greggy Gartner's crew. They are working. Oh, look at that. I can get a chat with him. I like interrupting them when they're under pressure because they get stressed. It's good. we get the real feelings of how they're doing out there. Mate, you're doing quite well. I know there's a little bit of a gap between you and Toddy. His lap times are dropping 2 minutes each lap. So how are you going? How's the truck feeling?
Oh, the truck's good, but the rocky corners are just washing the truck out, so we're going to lose a lot of time from now on as well. And we backed off a bit that lap. We had a bit of dust, but also tyres. We're a bit worried about tyres, so that's our biggest concern. You get it flat and you're going to lose so much time.
Yeah, I can see you've obviously put on a couple of new rears. You can see there's literally looking like there's lugs missing off those BFGs, 40-inch tyres. They're probably the biggest tyres this weekend anyway, but yeah, missing lugs, and I don't know that they would have made another 3 laps by the looks of them.
No, they wouldn't have made another 3 laps. So we're quite aware of that. Of it. It's all but you don't want to slide into a tree. It's happened a few times. Had a couple of very close ones, but yeah, no, it's good.
All right, well, good luck. We'll see you at the finish line, mate.
No worries, thanks a lot.
The Greg Gartner car 410. Have a look at those tyres, folks. You can see they've put a fresh set on now, doing tyre pressures right behind us, but literally got lugs missing for fresh set of BFG 40-inch tyres. We'll go for a wander over. There's a fair few crews in here at the moment. Well, I think our mic starts running out about here, so if I can get Aaron Habe, car 57, currently 3rd, and it's quite smooth. I see Kyle Tucker just came in with a fuel pump issue, and we saw Tom Owen. I'm not too sure what happened to Tom, but he's out as well, so that's helped your day.
He was having a picnic out there, I think. He stopped parked up.
Yeah, right. How's your car going, mate? Looks smooth as normal, doing all the right things, so no issues?
I just got a little issue with my first time I wear glasses in a race there, and the glasses riding up all the time. It was bifocal, so it's a real pain in the butt. So, otherwise, the car's really good. Just getting some gnarly rocks out there and some deep ruts, but that's Waikerie.
I mean, your car looks absolutely refined in every aspect. It just takes every bump, every corner, does the same thing every time, and obviously you know it well, so there's no issue going on there.
Well, I'm still pretty busy, I can tell you. It's not that easy, but the car certainly helps a lot, and I can't wait to get the next 3 laps of the road and see how we go.
Tyres?
Yeah, really good actually, hung on better than I thought, so sort of easing through the rocky stuff at the moment, so that's okay.
You left the same tyres on for the second half?
No, we didn't want to take the risk, no. So still second-hand tyres, but they're closed-up tread ones, so they'll be all right.
All right, good luck, mate. See you at the end.
Thank you. See you.
They are car 57. Aaron Habe currently sitting third, folks. Well, that's our top three. I see a few others we can see behind me here. Clayton Chapman is in the pits. I might see if I can't have a quick chat to Stu Chapman, because he's currently leading class 10 while we're on our way back past. Yeah. The most humble off-road racer out there, folks. Stu, looks like you're working hard, mate. You've eaten a lot of dust.
Yeah, no, she's pretty dusty out there, but catching some cars and stuff, some of the slower traffic. But yeah, making our way through and battling that gnarly track.
Car 1014, Stu Chapman. I see Bowie's right behind you. I don't know if there's a bit of a gameplay going on there with him, but we looked at the time. I had a look at the time, and I reckon if he follows you over the finish line, could well be what he's playing at, maybe.
Been keeping an eye on there. I mean, if that's the main plan, but no, it's been. I just love getting chased and have a bit of fun.
All right, well, good luck, mate. I'll let you go and do your work and have a break. See everybody there doing the right things. Clayton, unfortunately, is out, but Stu going strong. Currently first in class 10 with Bowie right behind him. We'll go over and see if we can't have a quick chat to Jay Mitchell and Bowie down the pits. Just see car 137 in on a break. Car 121, Jay Mitchell, I tell you what, you've bounced your way up a couple as well. I see a couple of other guys have bombed out, but you're having a stonking run as well.
Yeah, no, track is turning a bit fair rock, a lot on the outside of corners, but I just keep it clean and see where we end up.
How's Matty doing in the passenger seat?
I actually had Daddy in that time and
Sorry.
got Matt getting back in now, see if I can scare him again.
No problems with the car, tyres are holding up?
Nah, car's good, a bit of fuel and we'll go another 3 and see how we go.
All right, mate, good luck. We'll see you at the finish line doing well. Thank you, mate. We'll see if I can't get Bowie out here. Bowie loves a chat with me, so. Car 1065. Currently sitting second in class 10, right behind Stu Chappie. They're very busy on the car, pumping grease into CVs, etc. So, looks like it's against his will, but he's going to have a chat to me.
How you going?
I'm going well, mate. How are you going?
Yeah, good.
Now, I've got it in my head that you've got a little bit of a gameplay going on there, and sitting behind Stu Chappie, knowing that if you finish very close to him, you might get through on time.
I don't know, we haven't thought about that, but it's just trying to drive it as quick as I can. We just have a little bit of trouble with the throttle returning and can't pull it up into the real rocky corners. It's just so slippery. It's good in the sand, but it's very slippery.
And I see there's a few lugs missing off the back there.
Yeah, well, I think we got to put some new ones on. Yeah, no, the rocks are really, they're pretty savage on the tyres, so we knew that was going to happen, so we'll put some new ones on and, we'll see how we go.
All right, mate, I'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bowie in car 1065, always a super fast car and a very, very well refined team. Might wander back over and see if we can have a quick chat with Simon Tucker. And also, like I said, we just saw that car 14, Kyle Tucker came in with fuel issue, and he was having a really good run as well. So, mate, I see a belt off the car there. maybe a power steering issue, but you're up there as well, mate, as normal.
Oh, yeah, I've got no idea. We're just flat out to try and punch through a bit of dust, but you're a bit of a mechanic. You might be able to give the boys a hand here.
No other problems with the car. Everyone's having tyre issues by the looks of it. The rocks, a lot of people are putting fresh tyres on the back. It looks like yours are taking a little bit of a beating as well.
They have, yeah. We just cast our eye over them. We're going to change them anyway, just because there's a couple of good lugs ripped off. As good as they do look, it's a lot of rocks starting to come up, and getting a bit of a lot of unpredictable drive line. Like, you think you're on it, and then bang, there's a bit of a whoop out blowhole dust thing, and she just sends you in whatever direction.
So we're 3 laps in for the big cars, and the corners are the rut's getting deeper in the corners, or are they sort of holding but the rocks are coming through?
Yeah, it's a funny one, like the track's really different. It is exactly what you said, rutting out, and you try and tram track it around the corners, but there's a lot of other corners that are sort of half tram tracked going in, and then you can open it up coming out. But very skatey, slippery, sideways all the way, yeah.
Are the sandy sections, I know there was a few little sandy hills out there, are they chopped out still, or are they smoothed out?
Yeah, they've held up. They've held up pretty good. Look, there's drive line there with the ruts and whatnot. But what's happening when you launch off the other side, where everyone's landing, we're hitting the other side of where they land, and it's kabang on the front end. But we would need a couple more cans of horsepower to try and clear it. But we're just going to drive accordingly for this last section, and preservation mode. She's a long way to go.
Yeah. All right, good luck, mate. We'll see you at the finish line. Thank you. They are Simon Tucker, who last year's second place getter in the championship, so they know what they're doing. As you can see, there's 3 people doing a belt down here. We saw Kyle Tucker come in earlier. Fuel pump issues, so we're letting them do their thing. Good luck, mate. All right, we might just wander around the corner here. I'll get a bit close to this speaker, it might backfeed, so. You look like you've been to battle.
Oh, mate. I thought Rainbow was bad. I'll go back to Rainbow.
You're missing a few lugs on the back too, I see.
Yes, mate, there's a few rocks up there that aren't there the lap before.
Hey, the car looks strong, it looks neat, it looks grounded.
We're not up there with the front pack, but we're right behind them, so any little mistake, and hopefully we can get there. But rounded up a few. Always wait till sundown.
Are you enjoying it?
I am now. Now that I'm out for a while, I'm keen to get back in. All good.
Yeah.
So
all right.
we go.
We'll let you go and do your thing and have your break. We'll see you at the finish line. All right. We'll go just 2 minutes. Mr. Vandy, how are you, mate?
I'm tippy top, Bowman. How are you, mate?
Good. You don't look very dirty.
No, just a casual drive. It's not too dusty out there. It's just find the smooth spots. And
who's in the driver's seat today? You?
I'm driving today. Yep.
Going well?
Yeah, it seems to be. We've got about 40 pit crew running around here helping out, so I don't have to swing any spanners, mate. It's the best thing ever.
Now, any issues?
Plenty of issues, but none with the car.
Not with you.
No,
not with you. We all know there's plenty of issues there.
Yeah, funny, but not. He's funny. Just stay away from him. He's funny.
No, car's good.
Yeah, man. Car seems $1 million. Using a bit of fuel. There's a couple of spots out there where it's really heavy going and sucks the horsepower out. But yeah, it's fun. Bit of dust, bit of noise, and off we go.
Millie's in for this section.
Yeah, she's taught me some new swear words today, so that's pretty cool.
All right, we'll leave you be. Go and have some fun.
Thanks, mate.
Righto. Yeah, the Vanderwoods. All right, I'll throw back up to you, Cam. And as we see Sean Ratcliffe come into the pits.
Alrighty, well, plenty going on while the pit chat was happening. And Jason Forsman just returned to the track in 474. Sean Ratcliffe over the line as well. And Andrew Cameron lined up under the start banner here, ready to take on his next lap of the long course track here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Of course, massive thank you to South Central Truck supporting the long course portion of the event this weekend. As you can see, a few of our cars, Gussenhoven in 404, also lining up, ready to return to the track. Another thing I did spot in that last few minutes was the 136 of Matt Curtis on the back of the truck in the camp area there, and Wilkinson as well. As 570 of Andrew Cameron gets underway. One of our Class 5s this weekend. We've got the 3 Class 5s running, and they just spoke to Sandy's just down there speaking of Andy before from 554. As Peter Tamblin crosses the line in 1042. There's the Forsman truck over the Sutton Ford whoops once more. We'll get some updated lap times for you from the crews that were crossing the line. Of course, Lockie Campbell crossed the line before as well, in for his service break. Lockie Campbell's time of 45.01. So all of these crews getting a lot slower as this track gets torn to pieces by these cars. Sean Ratcliffe, a 47.44, his fastest of the day, a 45.03. As the Franklin machine crosses the line, the silent entry in 6.79. And have a look at the big screen, look at the drone footage. How cool is that? We get to have all this footage available to us. We can follow the cars as they start creating more and more dust as we go through the day. We'll be following the 570 of Andrew Cameron as he lines up for the Sutton Ford whoops. And the Burson super jump as well in the Class 5. And Michael Lesky in 6119 just left the start line. And a few more of our cars lining up at the moment. Next car away will be the 1088 of Matt Ridley. And look how far we can chase Andrew Cameron in this drone footage. So Matt Ridley in 1088 is underway. One of quite a few single seat competitors here for the weekend. So all of these cars starting to return to the track now. As you can see, I reckon that's Toddy Lehman in the pits there, readying himself to return to the track. 3 more laps of this 60-kilometre track to go. The next car on the line is the 404 of Robert Gussenhoven. So Gussenhoven in the truck. Underway in car 404. Now, while these crews get underway, once again, I'd like to say a massive thank you to all of our event sponsors here for the weekend. Of course, Waikerie Hotel have come on board as the one of our platinum sponsors here, the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Thanks to Sutton Ford, Sprint Freight Logistics, Ramco Earthworks, ARB, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Riverland Funerals, the Waikerie Club, Dunstan Repairs and Maintenance, Burson, Thomas Foods International, Platinum Livestock, Tough As, Waikerie Tyre Power, Waikerie Mechanical, BVMS Chartered Accountants, Shill Auto, Kane Electrical, Marshall First National, Elders, Rexel, Gallard Group, Riverland Irrigation Services. We had the Waikerie Coaches Prologue yesterday. The Truro Agency's short course, South Central Trucks sponsoring the long course portion of the event as Michael Shipton crosses the line in 585. And Toddy Lehman lining himself up on the start line. Of course, our class sponsors, Element Off-Road, RMAW, Rollies Automotive, SC Tucker Transport, SS Race Tech, Waikerie Machine Hire, Dunstan Repairs and Maintenance, GRC Motorsport, and of course thanks to Solon as well sponsoring the event this weekend. So Toddy Lehman won the prologue, was the fastest competitor over the 2 laps of the short course racing yesterday. Super fast this morning. His first lap time of the day, a 36.55, and these cars are going a lot slower now that these trackers roughened up, because his third lap time of the day was a 40.06, about 3 minutes slower than his first lap time. What can he do with 3 laps to go? He's got a nice margin over Greg Gartner, but any little issue out there, if he's even if it's just a flat tyre or something that requires a small couple of minutes of attention, could be enough for Greg Gartner to take the lead of this race. But Toddy Lehman out in front as Brendan Forsman returns to the track in 201. So Toddy Lehman patiently waiting for his chance to attack this 60-kilometre circuit for another 3 laps here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Aaron Havey, you can see him moving around the pit area there as Greg Gartner starts moving out, getting the truck ready for another 3 laps as well. And Jay Mitchell currently sitting in 4th place at the moment, with a bunch of cars who dropped out throughout this morning's 3 laps. Oh. Yeah, jeez. Definitely. So a few of our cars that have dropped out or have made their way into the pit area for repairs. Kyle Tucker, Brent Martin, Matt Curtis, Toby Waitley, and Tom Owen, all within the top 10 cars this morning, and have had to stop for repairs or are now out of the race. And that's seen a lot of our crews, including Jay Mitchell, Peter Sibson, Simon Tucker, move their way up the order. There's Gartner and Havey making their way back down towards the start line now as well. All right, if the crew for car 88 can make their way down to headquarters, that'll be greatly appreciated. So that'll be the Hardman crew in car 88. So at the moment with our overall timing, Lehman, Gartner, Havey, Mitchell, Sibson in 5th, Tucker in 6th place, Chapman 7th, Stephen Bowie Graham in 8th, Lockie Campbell in 9th, Richard Andrews in 10th. There's Seaton Battle in car 28 over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. Another battle to keep an eye on throughout the day. 13th and 14th place, both Class 10s, Paul Tenga and Sean Ratcliffe. 2:37.13 for Tenga overall and a 2:37.16 for Ratcliffe. So keep an eye on that battle between the 10:10 and the 10:07. And of course, another one of the cars that didn't start today was the 1012, the Hartnett's. One of the few crews that had some dramas that put them out of the event yesterday. Of course, David Adams, another one of those competitors, having rolled, well, we believe he rolled the 1074. It's got a few bent roof bars, so I believe that the idea for them is to get the car repaired and go racing again in a couple of weeks. As Toddy Lehman looks like he's ready to return to the track. So the 85, Toddy Lehman, leader of the event, with 3 more laps to go here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. He's got plenty of clean air in front of him. As Greg Gartner in car 410. Third fastest yesterday. Was the third car to start today, but of course with Tom Owen in car 30 unable to finish the first 3 laps. Gartner finds himself in second on the road, second on corrected time, in about 2 minutes and 32 seconds, the margin between him and first place Todd Lehman. So as the 217 of Dean Petrel crosses the line, you see on the big screen here, that would be Toddy Lehman making his way back towards the Sutton Ford whoops. And we will be keeping an eye on the lap times for the next 3 laps. Of course, all these crews getting slower and slower because that track is getting a lot rougher as Lehman lines up to tackle the Sutton Ford whoops for the 4th time today. A very big gap between Todd Lehman and Greg Gartner. There's a lot more of our competitors start making their way back out towards the pit exit here, in the 14 of Kyle Tucker also moving around in the pits now. So they've repaired that car. They'll be making their way back out onto the track.
Most definitely, mate. Sorry, I just snuck down and got myself a little bit of kebab meat and a bit of gyros. Brah. There he is, Greg Gartner off the line. He's got a fair gap to make up. Not sure I'll do it, but did you see? I did put down there, we did see some of his tyres on the back. 40-inch race tyres, just peeling lugs off. Absolutely blown away by the amount of destruction on tyres down there from what I could see.
Can you imagine the effort it takes to change a 40-inch tyre?
No. Yeah, I've got to tell you, those tyres on that car if you have to change one of those out there, they would weigh around 80 kilos. 80 to 80, maybe 80 to 90 kilos, I'm going to say, per corner for a 40-inch on a aluminium bead-locked wheel. So normally what happens in the trucks, a lot of those guys, the driver will stay in the car strapped in, and the navigator will launch out with the rattle gun and change the tyre. There we go. Kyle Tucker got a little bit of time to make up now, going out to circulate with a new fuel pump, so you never know what's going to go wrong out here. Fuel pump for him, like we said earlier, he was doing really well. I see Greg Gartner's now just swinging back up around that right-handed towards us to hit the whoops. Sometimes it's better just to be quiet and enjoy it. .554, the Vandies, also on their way out for after their break. Like we said, Darren in the driver's seat and Millie in the passenger seat. Pretty good bloody feed from down there, I reckon.
Certainly a very good feed. So make sure you get down there and grab yourself some food.
You have to listen to us chewing in the microphone, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's 57 of Aaron Habe also underway. We were saying yesterday, Sandy, Aaron always very smooth. Always just looks very
and
smooth.
calm, collected, you know. Car 655. Rob Knight's crew. If we could get you out to event HQ, car 655. We need your crew up to HQ. I believe we must have an issue out there on track. We haven't got a whole lot of information, but I did hear Brent Martin had some steering issues, not too sure what they were. Temps come up a bit too. It's actually turned out to be quite a nice sunny day, about 20 degrees. The chopper's been flat out all weekend. Presuming Darren and Millie know that the Habies aren't too far behind. Car 657, another vehicle back out for another couple of laps, and I see Jay Mitchell lining up there. And Matty Burrows back in the passenger seat this afternoon, he said. He's come from he's been in with Matty Burrows in the passenger seat, and this weekend they seem to have swapped into Jay's car. He hasn't had that long, so it's good to see another vehicle on the track. Don't know where the Burrows cars are this weekend, but I'm sure they'll be back for the next one, hopefully up at Gundy. Sounds like a fairly cammed up V6 down there, Mitchell's car, doesn't it? Jay's little V6 Class 1.
Yeah, well, it seems to move quite well too. Sitting in fourth place at the moment. As we were saying earlier, a lot of these Class 1s putting in some really good performances over the past few years in particular. And yeah, Jay Mitchell sitting on the line right now. Certainly another one of those Class 1 competitors that have put in a great performance throughout the weekend. He'll find himself right up the front, and you never know with what can happen out at these events, Sandy, whether, you know, a couple of little issues from our top guys, and Jay Mitchell might find himself right
on
up
the
in
podium.
fight.
I'm going to say Matty Hummer's about to come in for a pit. Possibly. Looks like it. So Jay Mitchell will have a lot of fresh air in front of him. And these guys are going off the start, off their rally safe. So inside their cars, they've got a rally safe unit. It'll tell them all sorts of information. It'll feed that information straight back to HQ. Things like if they have an accident, it'll show you how many G-forces it hits at. It'll show them stationary or moving, etc. Car Michael Hackney's crew right in front of me here. Car 888's crew. Off to HQ, please. Car 888. Crew for 888. Head over to Event HQ, please. Our only Class 8 here this weekend. Unfortunately, seems like he's had an issue and it may need a tow back in. That would put Peter Sibbo in 5th outright, I think, if Jay Mitchell's 4th.
Correct.
Coming around to the line now.
Yeah, Peter Simpson currently in 5th outright. Overall time 2:21 and 30. And he's actually got about a minute and a half gap back to Simon Tucker. And Simon sitting in 6th place at the moment. Stuart Chapman in 7th. Bowie Graham in 8th. Lockie Campbell in 9th. And Richard Andrews in 10th. And just to put it into perspective there, Sandy, Richard Andrews started 23rd this morning. It was the 23rd car away.
He's done fantastic. Not only that, I believe his wife's the event secretary here. So they have a lot to do with the club. Or daughter, sorry. Yeah. I got told before. I've got the worst memory, so.
And there's Jay Mitchell over the Sutton Ford whoops and the Burson Super Jump. A lot of these top guys have got a nice gap to try and chase down some quite quick lap times. So they're not going to have to worry about dust too much at the moment. That'll be the 184 of Evan Lampard. And Evan Lampard's going to greet the checkered flag because he has finished his 3 laps. And one of our club level competitors here this weekend. So Evan, his day's done. He's finished. A really good weekend after snapping that axle in prologue. He hasn't looked back since.
That might be the first of our club guys finished, is that what you're saying? Yeah. Sibbo's on the move again. Looks like he's got a fresh set of rubber on the back as well. That seems to be the biggest pattern out there at the moment. Tyres. Tony Carabot coming in, and that'll be in for his service break, I would imagine.
Yeah, another one of our national competitors who will have his 45-minute break. Chance to check over the car. As the 276 of Billy Coombe underway. Daryl Nissen in 164 also greeting the checkered flag, the end of his racing for the weekend. Of course, the club competitors only doing the 3 laps. They had their 2 laps earlier this morning, had their 45-minute break, and then 1 more lap for the club competitors. And Lampard and Nissen, the first 2 to cross the line.
Simon Tucker looks like he may be running a little bit late. Might have stopped and talked to him for a bit too long. He's sort of
moving
rushing straight up to the front
quite quickly, isn't he? Well, it's one of those things, you're better off taking those extra few minutes in the pits to make sure the car's ready than you are just rushing and getting back in the car and having the issue on the track. It's probably it's happened many a times over the years where people have come into the for their service break, they've found that issue and spend a little bit longer in there than the 45 minutes. Over the Sutton Ford whoops for the truck.
Righto, folks, we still need the team or the crew for car 655 over to event HQ, please. Car 655. That's the night crew, I believe.
Pretty sure, yeah.
We can get those over to HQ, and also Seaton Battles crew and Aaron Habe's car 28. Can we get you guys over to event HQ? Thank you. Simon Tucker, look at that boulder, man! Look at the pile of rocks sitting behind that ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship banner.
Good, mate, yeah? Yeah, good. Thought I heard your voice the other night. Speaking shit. I don't know how you think about what to talk about. That's why we give a shit. Yeah.
For a little Class 2 beam car, gee, they handle the whoops well, don't they? I mean, we've got, I think we counted 6 or 7 beam cars in total this weekend.
Yeah, about 6 or 7, which is probably a lot more than you normally get nowadays at the at an
Probably
event.
jumped on board the Southern States series.
Well, there seems to be a lot of the beam cars heading out to the Southern States events, which is really cool to see. There's plenty of beam cars still around, but not a lot of them getting run. And of course, a lot of the old beam cars have been converted to the ARM setups now as well. See Stu Chapman on the line, about to get underway again. 3 more laps for our Class 10 leader.
It was a very slow takeoff from Stu. It's obviously full of fuel. I'm not too sure how much fuel that carries, but I know some of these big ultimate cars and the trucks, they'll carry upwards of 300 litres, some of those guys. And things like Toddy Lehman's, that current race leader, that thing could possibly chew around 700 metres. Would possibly get around 700 metres per litre. Some of those cars, some even I think it was down to 600 metres per litre, but I'm pretty sure it was 700 or 800 metres per litre of fuel for some of those high-end turbo cars.
Just think about the dollar signs, the money going into fuel.
Yeah, well, they're not my dollar sign, that's for sure. I can't afford to pour that much fuel through a car, but it's awesome to see some of these high-end cars out here. Even more awesome this weekend to see a lot of these club-style cars and the beam cars, etc., out here coming out for a wrap around for the Southern States Series, the club championship as well. Hope to. Stu Chappie not far behind him, Bowie, who needs to finish right beside him basically, or even in front of him to get himself a podium. So these two cars currently on screen, that one there is these two Class 10, red Class 10s are fighting out for first and second place currently. Bowie just struggling to catch Chappie at the moment though, so good to see Stu having a nice run. Remembering our friends are racing just down the road at the Hattard Dirt Bikes race. One of Australia's toughest dirt bike races, I reckon. Once again, the Waikerie Off-Road is putting on a phenomenal event this weekend here. I'm blown away by the amount of energy and the amount of professionalism going on, not just from the layout, but from the club and everybody running this event. It's fantastic, so well done.
Tell you what, Sandy, we shouldn't be too far away from seeing our top competitors back in towards us.
Halfway marker.
Brendan Galash over the Sutton Ford hooks. They're the halfway mark. The next stop on the tour for our top competitors. Darren Marks over the line.
We obviously just missed it. I'm looking out at the whoops and getting yelled at. Toddy has just gone past the halfway marker behind us.
He sneaks past us quite a bit, doesn't he, Sandy?
Yeah. You can hear Greg coming though, so we usually... Once again, I think we said we had around a 5-minute gap between Todd and Greg out there, so I think it's going to be hard to get back. Todd's on a screamer this weekend, so as long as he holds the car together, he should be fine. Remembering Todd also was on podium last year out at Pines, the last event of our ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship this year. And don't forget, folks, we're off to Gundy next, up on the Queensland border. Gundy is the 8th to 10th of August, and the Pines is on the last weekend, the 26th to the 28th of September. There he is, second place currently here at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Greg Gartner halfway through his 4th lap of the main track, so he has another 2.5 laps to go. Hopefully with some rubber still on the back of their cars. I was blown away by the amount of rocks out there and the amount of rocks that are getting spat out the back of Kyle Tucker's car when he took off before. Looks like the Campbell father-son duo lined up under our ARB starting banner. That checkered flag for car 48.
So Brent
safe.
Over the line, completes his day of racing here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. So a few of our club level competitors now having finished their weekend. We still got a few of the national competitors still to return to the track. And the next one will be the 651 of Lockie Campbell. So the Class 6 underway again here for 3 more laps. course, these side-by-sides over the last sort of 10 years been getting faster and faster. And Campbell's right up the front. Of course, Waitley was fastest in the Class 6 yesterday, but issues today for the Waitley machine, the 6.121, as Kyle Tucker in car 14 over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump, the halfway mark of this track. Few dramas throughout the weekend for the Tuckers in car 14. With the car repaired, back out on the circuit now. On your screens now, the 57 of Aaron Habe. Of course, Aaron third at the moment. It was equal fourth with Brent Martin after yesterday's running, and it's a long time since I've seen two cars with the same time after a day's racing. Of course, Brent Martin having issues. Leaves Aaron Habe sitting in third place at the moment. As Lockie Campbell over the Sutton Ford whoops and over the Burston Super Jump. We've got a couple of Class 10s up to the line. Conrad in 10.06 is straight out on the track. There's Ratcliffe. Apologies. Tyrrell, James Tyrrell also going straight away. So these guys might have missed their restart time. And they're underway, so they may have just been a little bit late to restart. Of course, when the crews come over the line, they have the 45 minutes, and it is their job to be back at the start line ready to go within that 45. As Heath Whedon crosses the line in 7.79, will come into the pits now. I believe that he'll be in for his 45-minute service break. There's the 222. Troy Purcell also makes his way up to the start line to begin another lap here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, and Purcell is underway as well. So these cars straight up to the line and straight off.
A little bit of a miss for car 222 there. You want that to clear out by the time he comes back towards the finish line, in case he's got to come and swing back into the pits and go again.
I'll tell you what, if that's one of those issues that's only just shown up after 45 minutes of looking over the car, you'd be pretty upset, wouldn't you?
Well, once again, thank you very much to our sponsors of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline Wheels, and once again ARB 4x4 accessories. They put a lot into the championship itself. Then ARB has obviously put a bit into the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. That was Trav Conrad with the pup right behind him. Pup's hauling today, actually. He's doing quite well.
So we asked the question earlier, Sandy, whether Jay Mitchell's car was the ex-Brandle car. And I've got a message. Yes, it is. Confirmed.
There you go.
It is the ex-Brandle car. 222 sounds like we're still having a misfire. So
It does, doesn't it?
Troy Purcell, not with the happiest start to this lap.
Well, if I was him, I'd be pulling straight back in right now.
Yeah, that's what Darren Mott did earlier. Just pulled over to the side of the road and made his way back into
No,
the
he's
pit
not.
area. He looks like he's continuing on.
Righto, the crew for the Forsman entry of 201. Can we have you guys over to HQ, please? Mate, that's a long lap, misfiring like that, isn't it?
It's going to be a long, frustrating lap.
The wind seems like it's turned around, heading back towards us off the road now. So we've got a little bit of dust, but most in the open sections, the dust seems to be getting carried away quite nicely. But in the trees over here, where Vandy is over at the Toyota Waikerie Toyota jump, they said as soon as you get back in the tree sections, the wind slows down and the dust sort of hangs. I can see it looks like Jesse Dutt aimed at the finish line there.
Yeah, Jesse Dude, he's had a really good day. He's going to greet the checkered flag.
He'll be wrapped.
He's been quite fast.
Yes, he has, indeed. I didn't see who went around behind Vandy.
It was Jay Mitchell that just went around behind
Vandy. So he needs to round up Vandy. So he's sitting in fourth.
Yeah, Jay Mitchell's sitting in fourth. He's going to make the pass on Darren Vanderwood. So you had a good look at the track the other day, Sandy. We're doing the reconnaissance.
Yeah, I'd like to go and do a post run. We did a pre-run on Friday, but I'd like to go and do a post run and just see how bad it is, because we see just the amount of rocks unearthed at the start line there, and I know those guys are taking off, but I would imagine most of the corners out there are now looking very similar to that.
Well, I was going to ask you how rutted out this track could be.
Well,
right now,
I reckon it's looking. A lot of the corners will be looking similar as that. You know, we know out at Rainbow, our first round of the championship, out in the edge of the desert there, some of those ruts, they literally get 4 and 5 foot deep. No exaggeration. Some of those rutted corners get 4 or 5 foot deep in the sandy sections, and a few tree roots will get unearthed. Same at Pines. That happens at Pines a lot. Gundy seems to not change on a dry year. So, but out here, I would imagine the rocks will be absolutely ferocious now.
Yeah, well, the Waikeree's always been a rocky sort of track, and still remember the old Waikerie track, plenty of rocks as well.
We nearly need helmet and goggles up here. The dust coming in up here is ferocious. Sean Ratcliffe rolling around to the start line. Another one that's been a very fast Class 10 out here this weekend. And consistent Class 10 we saw had around 12 competitors. So class has come leaps and bounds over the years.
You can see the Triple A to Michael Hackney under a tow rope in the pits there as well.
Not ideal.
So Sean Ratcliffe ready to go again here at the Riverland Enduro. Had those small brake issues yesterday. We bled the brakes in the afternoon, and reckons it's a little bit better.
Mate, the wind's picked up. It's out of control.
That's right, it's the beauty of the ferry cab. We shut the door.
Kind of.
Next car on the line, the 1042 of Peter Tamblin. This is another car that's been around for a very, very long time. And the Tamblins have been in off-road for a long time as well. Plenty of experience in the family, plenty of experience in the car. As Jason Forsman in 474 crosses the line now. Is that the Forsman's in for the 45-minute break, you reckon, Sandy?
It could well be, mate. I'm pretty sure they're chasing a championship this year. Little Atwood fencing entry, 1042 away. How's that wind? That wind's really picked up down there.
Picked up an incredible amount. Even
I hope they've anchored us down pretty well here, mate, because otherwise we're going to end up on the track.
Forsman doing the national championship, so he'll be in for his 45-minute break. Well, I thought I saw Forsman's restart earlier, Sandy, so I'm not sure if that's entirely correct. He might be moving to the pits. I believe I saw Forsman restart when...
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, just in the background, I'm sorry to cut you off there, mate.
No,
Car 570, checkered flag. Andrew Cameron obviously finished his component this weekend, so... That means we've got a fair few cars coming off the track. It might be quite empty out there for some of our big guns, who I reckon we're going to see not too far away. I would imagine Toddy Lehman would be within minutes of coming in. On his, what would he be on? He's on his 4th lap, so another 2 to go for him.
There's Simon Tucker. Car 2.
Over behind us, over that Waikerie Toyota jump. Is that what we're saying? Phenomenal amount of sponsors in there. Sprint Freight and Logistics, Kane Electrical, Truro Agencies, Mickey Thompson Tyres, ARB Nippies. I see the local council got on board and helped out the club this weekend as well. They've been backing this event fantastically. Once again, thanks to those guys. First National. Sutton Ford and Burston Auto Parts. And Burston Auto Parts also putting a fair bit into the Southern States Series. Also know the guys from Osford Drive apparently. They're sponsoring that Southern States Series as well.
Well, it is a very good series too, with a lot of events.
8
in the
total.
series.
And this is our 5th, so I think Barungal might be the last one of the round for the Southern States Series for memory.
Coming up to the line now, the 585 of Michael Shipton. As you can see there on the big screen, the rally safe with all the car numbers around the circuit at the moment.
I'm not too sure, but it looks like we know there was a couple of cars out earlier. We saw Seaton Battle, his crew getting told to come and get him. Car 585, the Shiptons are away again. We've got how close is our leaders? They must be getting super close. I see Greg Gartner at the bottom of our screen down there on our rally safe. Carl Habe not far behind him. Sorry, Aaron Habe.
There you go, Toddy Lehman.
Geez, a big gap, but Toddy Lehman's not too far, folks, off coming in on his 4th lap.
Shouldn't be too far at all. As Cameron Grayson gets underway in 6.97 once again. So we shouldn't be too far away at all from seeing Toddy Lehman return and get another lap time and see how much more chopped up this track has got over the last couple of hours.
There was car 60 over the back there behind us, just over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
Looks like our start banner's had a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's gone limp. It's on the flop. And they need that up because the timers are underneath that. There he is.
Well, there is Toddy Lehman.
Man of the moment, Toddy Lehman.
Car 85. Hasn't put a foot wrong all weekend. There'd be a chance for Michael Shipton to look to his left. He would have seen Toddy Lehman there and gone, you know what?
He's behind. He's moving quick.
Coming.
Let's be honest, Mr. Shipton's doing a reasonable job himself.
He's
for
doing
Class 5.
Very, very good job out there in 585. There's Cam Grayson over the Sutton Ford whoops in 6.97.
Got some bad news for the Gussenhoven camp. Car 404, can you head to Event HQ? That's our white F-truck crew for car 404. Over to headquarters, please. Obviously got a little bit of an issue going on out there.
And that was Matt Ridley in 1088 over the line. I reckon he's greeted the checkered flag there. I reckon that's the sound of
Greg Gartner. I can
Greg
hear him in the
Gartner.
distance, which means if you look towards the finish, folks, you'll see Greg Gartner come around the nice corner any second. There he is. There's his lights. Current second on road.
Lehman over the Burson super jump and Gartner crossing the line.
I've got to tell you, Greg doesn't look like he's, I'm going to say, preserving the car whatsoever, does he? Driving the hell out of that thing.
But he's always been super fast when he gets behind the wheel of that truck. I think there's one thing you can guarantee with Greg Gartner, he's always going to put on a show.
Absolutely. See that little Class 2 beam car heading way back out for the second half of the track. I shut the door before to keep the blue and dust out. Now the dust died down. It's like sitting in a little oven in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting pretty warm. I tell you what, excellent conditions for racing.
Why aren't you out there racing then, mate?
Same question for you, Sandy. Same question for you. If we were both out there racing, they'd be in trouble this weekend, wouldn't they?
I tell you what, yes, they would. Oh, I thought you were talking the podium getters would be in trouble.
There'd be Kyle Tucker in car 14.
In front of Habies.
Yeah, I think he took off in front of
He
Havey.
did take off, yeah,
Havey won't be too far behind Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker, I think, is now in for his 45-minute service break. Remember, folks, he got towed in earlier. And if you do not finish the lap, you have to restart the lap. And I think he was on his, I'm going to say it was his third lap. So
yeah, I reckon
he's now got a 45-minute service before he can head back out.
Yeah.
Looks like Luke, our drone operator, is coming in for a bit of a break.
Well, he's been doing a fantastic job with that drone.
Yeah, hasn't he? What?
Well, looks like we're got the 655
Now they got pulled in before. Remember, we got a call for their crew to go and see HQ.
And we did also have that same thing for the Forsmans who are making their way up to the start line now.
Not sure who I just missed over behind us over there at the halfway point. The Forsmans. That thing is not running on 4 cylinders. Didn't sound the healthiest.
No, it certainly didn't sound as what it started the weekend as. There is Aaron Habey in car 57. We'll have a look at some lap times for you, folks. Toddy Lehman a 40.47. That is
very similar to his third lap.
41 seconds slower than his third lap.
Yeah.
Greg Gartner, though, a 39.48.
There you go. He's made up a little bit of time on him.
So Gartner making some big moves here. So keep an eye on
saying that,
one,
he
folks.
does have to make up 5 minutes, and he's only got 2 laps to do it. So
a total time for Toddy Lehman is a 2:51.45. Total time for Greg Gartner a 2:53.18.
And the rougher it gets out there, the better Greg's truck's going to do compared to Todd's buggy, I would imagine.
I would think so. Those 40-inch tyres will be helping him out a bit
That's what
through
I'm
the
saying,
big
yeah.
holes. We'll wait for Aaron's time to come through, but Greg Gartner pushing quite hard. We'll keep an eye on that one. So your gap on time at the moment, 1 minute and 32 seconds.
The winds come up, the banners come down just as a safety precaution, I think.
Well, Sandy, I believe if Greg Gartner does another couple of lap times like he just did, and Toddy does the same, that Greg will be leading this event.
Yeah.
So I have to keep an eye on that one.
Aaron Habey. Off the jump there on the Burson's super jump.
So the next time that these fastest cars come around, Toddy Lehman and Greg Gardner, we're going to see, it's going to get very interesting. If Gardner can put in another really good lap time like he just did, and Lehman stays around the 40, 45,
Yeah.
Gardner is in the box seat to take this win. And because of that gap they've got on the road, Sandy, Toddy's not going to know.
Not at all. And that's what I was saying earlier about, it's a very similar scenario with that Class 10, Stu Chapman and Bowie. They're in a similar boat. Bowie only needs to finish right near Chappie, and they'll have a similar result.
So Aaron Habe with a 41.21. So his total time at 2:57. He's about 5 minutes back from Toddy Lehman.
Yeah.
5-6 minutes there.
That
Another
means they'll have around 4 hours of total race time. Don't forget, folks, you can run down to the Rotary Club of Waikerie, if I can spit the words out correctly. Grab yourselves a feed. There's also a coffee van down there, a couple of other food vans down there to select from. Get a chopper ride. You want to get in quick. That chopper must nearly be out of fuel, I reckon. They've been up all weekend.
Of course, we had our hot laps yesterday as well. So we had our hot lap winner, and then everyone can go out for a chopper ride if you really want to. Jump up there and watch the track from the best view you can possibly get.
Apart from this one, mate, this is pretty good.
It's certainly not bad. I still think commentating from a helicopter would be pretty fun.
Well, they haven't offered us out yet, have they? Little 264 full bore racing, Bunderson is well on its way.
Another 3 laps of this 60-kilometre track to go.
I see our drone man walking back with his nachos there from the food van. Darren Franklin away. Matty Hummer at the start line, obviously after his break. They are Jay Mitchell, 121. Currently 4th on road behind Carl Habe. There's a fair gap between these top 4 cars.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. Like, if Gardner puts in another lap time like he does, none of these top competitors are going to know. So, Toddy Lehman being put under a little bit of pressure here. If he can pull out a good lap time here and give himself that breathing room, he'll be fine. But if Gardner puts in another time that's about a minute quicker, Toddy Lehman's going to be right under the pump with 1 lap to go here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro.
Well, I've seen a few cars out. Unfortunately, I see Seaton Battles pulled the pin. Brent Martin was out earlier with a little bit of a power steering issue, I think. We've seen Clayton Chappie out early on. We also saw that little 10 single-seater with a rollover yesterday. It's the only rollover I've seen or heard of. Matty Hummer, car 633 off the line, sponsored by Raceline Wheels, who are also sponsoring our headwear for the weekend, keeping my shiny head from becoming red.
I reckon Darren Franklin's going to want to look in the mirrors here because Jay Mitchell is flying over the Sutton Ford whoops and over the Burson jump. And he'll be trying to make a pass on the Class 6 competitor.
I'm not sure we'll get that on camera. There is a consistent layer of dust here at the moment. Sean Ratcliffe halfway through his 4th lap.
Another one of our single seat competitors this weekend, and of course the single seat guys, they've got to do it all out there on the track.
Who have we got out there still? We've got the pup, James Terrell.
Yeah.
We've got Stu Chapman currently leading that class. I just see in the distance, mate, over behind HQ there, Taylor Apostola's little side-by-side, that pink side-by-side coming in on a trailer. So not sure what's happened with them, but unfortunately for them,
yeah, it's not
maybe the end of their race.
Some of our other single-seaters that have actually completed the race, though, Sandy, because they're in the club section, Matt Ridley in 1088, Brenton Forsyth in car 48. Now these guys got to look at the mirrors as well as look ahead of them. They don't have the navigator and the luxury of having someone else that keeps an eye on the mirrors and all the gauges and all the temps.
Remembering the side-by-sides are basically a couple of different classes in there. You've got things like Class 2s, which are your 1650 buggies, Class 3s are your 1300 buggies, Class 4s, pretty much your trophy truck section, which are a two-wheel drive, anything goes engine-wise. Class 5 is derived off a Class 5, just a factory chassis and body shell. A few rules there. Class 6, once again, side-by-sides. Class 66, a derivative of that. Class 7 and Class 8, we've only got one of each of those here this weekend. Class 7 being pretty much a production four-wheel drive. There's a few things you can do to those. Class 8, which is an anything goes full drive class, up to a 7-litre engine allowed now, or a 3.5 turboed car. Class 10, 2.5-litre naturally aspirated buggy class. Class 11 is pretty much a class now that anything doesn't fit into. It goes into Class 11. It's pretty much a very open class, I suppose. Sibbo, currently 5th on track. 5th on track. Jay Mitchell's in front of Sibbo. And Sibbo can hold it together. That's a pretty good finish for that car. Not that he hasn't got the knowledge or the know-how or anything to get there, but an older Bennett truck, not quite in the league of some of the things like Greg Gartner's car as far as Class 4, but currently 2nd in class, obviously behind Greg.
Yeah, 44.49 for Peter Simpson on that lap.
See the Diablo down there, mate. Tony Carabot, he runs Rainbow.
It's a very nice car, car 81.
Well presented on Friday night when I had a look around it. They've done a lot of work. Actually, I must say, the calibre of cars on Friday night at the show and shine and the scrutiny was fantastic. There wasn't many that didn't have tyre shine on them. I think there was only one or two, but the amount of energy that these crews and teams are putting in prior to a race is unbelievable.
Well, as we saw walking around the pits, last night. The amount of crew that were going to work on some of these cars is, you know, gone are the days where it was just a driver and a navigator. There's now
there's cars down there with 7 or 8 people climbing over it last night.
Tell you what, that's almost got to be the fastest Bennett truck going around, doesn't it?
100%. Simon Tucker, folks. Car number 2. It's a Class 1 car, last year's championship second place getter in a Class 1 car. And the way the points are tailored now, it means that pretty much anybody in any class can get enough points to win the championship as long as you are consistently good. As soon as you don't finish a race, your points drop away really quick.
There's Peter Tamblin in 10:42 over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. There's Carabot over the Sutton Ford whoops in car 81.
Oh, Stu, Chappie, look in the dust. Look how close Bowie is, mate.
Yeah, Bowie is.
Oh, this is going to put a spanner in the works. My goodness.
The 620 of Paul Renouf in between the two Class 10s.
This has thrown it for Bowie.
Bowie's had to deal with that a couple of times today, and he's going to have to do it again.
That's going to suck for Bowie.
On Stu Chapman, so we'll get some lap times for you.
And now he's got to get around another car in the dust.
We'll see if he makes
I see Rob
pass.
Chapman just having a slight little smile to himself there, thumbs up. My boy's got another little win here for a minute. Michael Shipton at the halfway point. Well, that's played out really well for Stu Chappie. I think that'll help spread that gap between him and Bowie, because it actually looked like Bowie had made up a lot of ground this last lap.
Well, I can tell you he has.
He has, hasn't he?
He has. The overall time has Bowie Graham in front by about 3 seconds.
There you
Less
go.
than.
I told you, I
2.5
reckon
seconds.
that if he finishes right behind him, he's got to win. So he has to basically be that close over the finish line at the end of lap 6 today to take that win away from Stu Chapman.
Absolutely he does, and that'll be the sound of Greg Gardner, which means have we missed him again?
We've missed him again, mate. Check the rally safe.
Check the rally safe.
Greg Gardner, a lap and a half to go. Out here at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, Waikerie, South Australia. The weather's been turned on this weekend. The facilities have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
I see Bowie rounding that corner, headed for the whoops. And Stu Chapman is over the super jump, Burson super jump, and well on his way. So there has definitely been a gap opened up there, and it looks like Bowie's been around that side by side. But now he has to climb back again. And if he can finish that close again, we might be fine. There's Toddy Lehman up in your left-hand side of your screen, if I can get that to zoom in a bit. There's the gap you see on the left-hand side of your screen, 85, and then out on the right on the open is 410 of Greg Gardner. So there's still a fair gap between those two, and they're travelling. Normally it'll tell us how fast Greg Gardner's travelling, but
Quite at the
not
moment.
doing so right now.
And it's just updated, so 85 down here now.
Still a fair few cars circulating out there, mate. I'm surprised. We've had a few breakdowns and a few people come back in, but a lot of them have managed to get back out and keep circulating.
Yeah, a lot of crews have done a lot of work on these cars in the last little while, and that'll be Brett
Kyle
Glash
Tucker.
car 60 greeting
Oh,
the
no.
checkered flag, the horn going. a happy crew in car 60.
Who's that?
That might be
side. Grace.
Cameron Grayson in 697.
Yeah, it is.
Over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tyres, ARB 4x4 accessories, putting on a fantastic championship this year, mate. We had our first round out at Rainbow a few months ago. Big gap between Rainbow and Waikerie, who came back on board this year. And then next event, up to Gundy on the Queensland border. I know Jamie Knight and the crew up there have put on a fantastic show over the years, and we're back up there again this year, next round, for anybody that wants to follow the championship. And then once again down to the Pines in South Australia, down at Millicent, through the pine plantations up there. Teagle Excavations have been backing that event for a long time, and I know the council down there and everyone gets around the event down there, and that is probably one of the best races you can finish a championship on. But seeing the facilities that have been put on by all of our championship races this year, absolutely phenomenal. Vandy aimed at the finish line. He's got another 2 laps to go. Actually, I'm not too sure what component Vandy's doing, but he must be 1 lap off the finish line, I reckon, off getting a checkered flag for his
I reckon
component.
he's doing the
he's already been in for his service.
I can have a look here and see what Vandy's signed himself up for.
Heath and Michelle Whedon idling their way down pit row, coming back to get to the staging area before heading back out. That tells me they've done 3 laps, because they are following the championship. They race nearly every race on the calendar, I think, the Whedons.
Yeah, so the Whedons doing the national championship, Vanderwood's doing the state championship, so this will be their final lap, I believe, the Vanderwood team.
So they're doing 4 laps, is that correct?
4 laps for the state championship. The multi-club and club level competitors doing 3 laps, and our national competitors doing 6.
The Southern States Series guys,
I believe they're doing 3
laps as well. So that means Heath would have completed his Southern States component already, and then he's got to get another 3 laps in before he gets the national finish. So they also, just as we see the Habe car off the Waikerie Toyota jump at the halfway point, they also get a total run time out here of, I'm going to say, around 6 hours or 7 hours usually, to complete their 6 laps. And he's sometimes right at the back end of that, they start to struggle in the rough stuff, a little bit of less suspension than many others. You see Vandy on our screenshot big screen over there.
Well, Heath Whedon with his last lap time was a 56.15.
Coming back around to the whoop section in front of us. Darren and Millie Vandy, car 554, about to hit the whoops. Up to the Burson's super jump.
So Sandy, you've raced Class 7s before. Do you reckon he's got a radio in that?
Radio?
Yeah.
No.
No?
I don't reckon he's got much going on in there now. It's probably been shaken to pieces. He's I don't think he's got the aircon in there either. We always laugh about leaving the aircon in our cars, but it seems to get ditched every time. I'm glad we're in this Billy's bullshit box up here, mate. I'm glad the door's still on.
You can see the dust coming through the spectator area here, just off being picked up off the ground. Sometimes the commentary box is the best place to be.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know, that helicopter be alright to be in. Looks like it's going up again, mate. It's been non-stop all weekend. I don't think you've got much opportunity to go for a chopper ride. You've probably got a couple of laps left, but you'd want to get over there soon and get your spot for a chopper ride, because we're about a lap and a half off the finish line, having our big guys come over the finish line. Lockie Campbell.
Yeah, car 651 of Lockie Campbell over the line. The
He'll have 2 more laps, I'd reckon.
2 more laps to go for the Campbells. What? Perfect time to go up in the chopper, actually, wouldn't it? Because you get to chase the top boys on their last lap.
Yep, that'll be the go.
I reckon the chances of Heath Whedon being released just before the big boys come through.
Sounds like his belt's about to release itself, mate.
It does.
That'll be an alternator belt. And I've actually already pinched his spare alternator. It's in my car because we had alternator troubles before. So my tow car on the way up had a little issue. So yeah, we went to the Whedon camp. And they kindly handed us an alternator. Great sportsman. He's done... always stopping to help people out in the track as well as Heath and Michelle. Mate, adjust that belt. Heath and Michelle on their 4th lap. Trav Conrad. Yes, it is. Travis Conrad, 10:06. Watching Greg in the passenger seat, Lockie in the driver's seat. They prepare a lot of these side by sides. You can go and see the Campbell family actually, and they'll get your car, your side by side up to spec to go racing. He said he's still got his old Porsche sitting in the shed as well.
Does he really?
Yeah, it hasn't been out for a long time. We used to race next to that about 20 years ago. .201 on the Forsmans at the halfway marker, so still rotating around this track. 55 to 60 kilometre track. 6 laps today, folks. Out here at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. What a place to be this weekend. James Mitchell, the halfway marker, not far behind Mr. Forsman, so I'm tipping he'll catch Forsman, no drama whatsoever, and he'll be around him, I would imagine, within the next 5 minutes. So,
we can have a look at Conrad making a pass on the Whedon crew.
bit worried I'm going to cop our ferry lid door here in the mouth in a minute with the wind.
It's moving around a bit, actually. Once again, a thank you to all of our Southern States Championship sponsors. The Southern States round 5, I think you said, Sam?
Round 5 of 8, yeah.
Thanks to Burson Auto Parts, Geelong Carbies, Jetworks, PMD Race Products, Show and Go Photography, Tough As Products, River Murray Auto Wreckers, Ball Brothers Earth Moving, CCM 4x4, Racer Imports, Oz Full Drive, Monster Off-Road, and Integrity New Homes Limestone Coast, sponsoring the Southern States Championship. And of course, the SAORRA Multi-Club Series sponsors, Alert Security, Film and Delivery, Racer Imports, PMD Race Products, River Murray Auto, and Stellar Digital. There's plenty of series around the country in off-road racing, and we want to thank all of the sponsors who come on board to support these series.
I see Pup's crew doing a slow jog back towards the pit area. So maybe Pup's got a little issue out there, I'm not too sure, but...
Yeah, the old jog back to the pits is never a good sign.
And looking into the pits, mate, we've seen a few cars still on trailers and parked up out there. We know there's a handful of local champ people entrants finished up for the day. I see Michael Hackney's on the trailer. Unfortunately, a 888 car, not too sure what happened there. Taylor Apostoli's on the trailer. A little pink side by side. Looks like they're actually working on that car whilst it's on the trailer. Can't see who's pulled around the back straight. Just pulled up straight there, looking at the back of that. Oh, that might be Seaton Battles car,
yeah,
28, the Element.
The 28
I'm not too
car.
sure what happened to those guys, but it looks like a lot of dust on that engine number on the back, so it might have been an oil leak somewhere, which then the dust sticks to. How good's that drone footage on our screenshot big screen?
Yeah, well, when there's nothing happening right at the start line, there's still plenty of action on the big screen. Following the cars out there on the track with the drone.
Got to be getting close to seeing our leaders starting to dribble through the finish line, I'm sure. A little ways away. Sean Ratcliffe, the next one in. Toddy Lehman's not too far off, but looks like our next one in may possibly be Sean Ratcliffe, 10:07. I couldn't even tell you how far out our drone is right now, where he's situated. But I think I can see him. Might be following cars back into this halfway marker maybe. And I can see the helicopter headed back towards the midpoint. I'm going to say that's about east, northeast.
I'll tell you what, all of our crews have been, all our competitors have been working hard, so has that helicopter pilot.
He's probably done more kilometres than a lot of them, really. Here we go. We've got the 264 entry, the Bunderson from up north coming in at the halfway marker.
One car right behind him as well.
Looks like Matty Hummer. It is Matty Hummer. And I reckon if he can get close enough, there might be a pass going on there, because when we saw him leave he left with clean air, I believe, from the start line.
Not too far behind.
And Sibbo, not far behind Matt.
Yeah, that Bennett truck's going to be wanting to make a couple of passes before they come back into our view, I reckon.
Most definitely. Sibbo's doesn't sound like he's on the gas as much as he was earlier. However, like you said, he's got a couple of passes to make, and he may have been chewing a bit of dust for a little while.
Yeah, may have affected him through the tree line sections. That dust just hanging around.
They were pretty spot on with their weather this weekend, mate. I know earlier on in the week when I spoke to Toby Cooper, the weather was looking, I think I saw 18 for all 3 days and a little bit of a slight gust early on and then a bigger gust on Sunday, and they're pretty spot on with that. Sean Ratcliffe, folks. He's been killing it this weekend. He's been doing really well, very consistent. And bloody good to watch, I must say, this car.
Yeah, it's a nice car. I like the size of it.
Yep.
It's just and he's even over the whoops. It's been really, really good. Really good to watch. Sounds good too. Just all round. I like that car. Then I like a lot of the cars out here.
I like that car on screen, mate. 4.8 Patrol, Heath Whedon. We raced against Heath a few years back in Class 7. We had very, very similar cars. So I kind of know what he's going through in the car right now. Yeah. And I think last time I raced a Class 7 at the old Waikerie track, I think I smashed a radiator and destroyed a good engine out here. And then we went back to our standard engine.
So Simon Tucker now over the Waikerie Toyota.
Now there's a fair gap
Infield
between
jump.
Sibbo and Tucker, isn't there?
There's a big gap between our top few competitors.
Our top 5 or 6 have got a fair gap in between them all. So
And then Tucker, if he makes up, well, he's obviously got a bit of time to catch up, but he might find himself behind the Bunderson of Brian Bradford and Matty Hummer as well.
correct.
So he's going to have to make that pass as well as Peter Simpson. There's another car. Oh, here we go.
Chappie.
Stuart Chapman, and there you can see the
Bowie,
lights of Bowie
mate.
right in behind him.
And remembering that Bowie made up his time on Chappie on the second half of this track last time round. So this
did.
is probably a battle of the weekend, these two.
This is
it's
a
been fantastic to watch.
battle. There's Ratcliffe over the Burson Super Jump. No, it's a really good battle with the Class 10 cars.
And there's a lot of Class 10 cars out there. Like we said, I think there was 10 or 12. But we've still got... we've only lost 1 or 2. A couple have finished there, aren't doing the Nationals, but... I see Rob Chappie still wandering around there, probably a little bit nervous, but... Unfortunately, Clayton retired early. Clayton and Adam Maguire.
There he is.
Todd Lehman.
Our leader.
One
Get a lap time
lap
here.
to go.
1 lap to go for Todd Lehman in car 85. Clean air ahead of him. We'll get a lap time for Toddy Lehman. And then not in. Oh, there you go. You can hear him now.
I was going to say, Toddy Lehman was off the pace, man. That was nowhere near as fast through here as he came last time.
Well, you can hear the fast charging Greg Gartner.
And that gap between him and Gartner. Gartner's smashed a few minutes this lap, guaranteed. So Toddy Lehman might have to pull his finger out. Wind the
Toddy
boost up.
Lehman, a 41.49 is a minute and 2 seconds
slower again
than his last lap.
And I've got to tell you, I reckon he'll be a minute faster.
He
would have made up 2 minutes this lap.
Gardner is moving, and with 1 lap to go, he's the tyres. That hasn't slowed him down a bit.
In the groove. He is back in the groove, the big boy. That's
Greg
awesome.
Gardner might be in the box seat to win this race. We'll get an updated lap time for you when it comes through on the computer here.
I bet you he's jumped up to first place, mate. That was fantastic to see. Toddy Lehman's about to swing around behind us here onto the whoops. I see his dust trail. There he is. Rounding that right-hander onto the whoop section.
Well, I've got a time for you.
Tell me, come on.
A lap time, a 40.44. So we go to overall time Toddy Lehman, a 3:18.09. Greg Gardner, a 3:18.22.
You are kidding me, mate.
So Lehman still in the lead.
Not by much.
But Gardner has he's
Let me
broken
read
that gap
again.
down.
3:18.09 or 3:22. 3 seconds the difference overall.
13, I reckon.
Oh, sorry,
It was
13
3:09.
seconds overall.
13 seconds.
So he's only got to finish near him, doesn't he?
He does, but he's been taking a minute a lap out of Toddy Lehman's time.
He's got to, if he does that again now, guess what?
Well, he's won
Second
it,
on road, he'll win it outright. The ARB Waikerie Hotel, Riverland Enduro, there he is. Greg Gardner rounding for the last time, folks, onto the Sutton Ford whoop section. Like it's a flat highway. Doesn't even notice it. Over the Burson super jump.
Wow.
And Toddy Lehman probably doesn't even realise that this is happening.
No, the only thing will be if he does get a part of the track he can look back on.
You look back and see he's
see
closing
that
in.
He's closing up on the back of
Yeah.
car 85. But Lehman's fastest lap time today, his first lap, a 36.55, and the last lap, a 41.49.
5 minutes a lap slower.
So I'm wondering if there is a small issue there for Toddy Lehman.
We saw him this morning before he took off, mate, and I think you eyeballed it as well. It was puffing a little bit of smoke out of that car.
Yeah, it was before the cars got underway. It was puffing a bit of smoke on the line. This is the 10:36 across the line. James Tyrrell. So keep an eye out for Aaron Hagee
See,
now.
James Tyrrell shouldn't be coming in, should he? He's got a flat right rear, that's why.
There you go.
Get his
Flat-
crew, that was why his crew was getting down there. He might have radioed in. He's a single-seater. He won't even get out of the car, folks. His crew will be down there. They'll have the tyre ready. He'll pull in. They'll do the tyre. We may even be able to see it from where we are. I can't remember where he was camped, but his crew, he'll stay strapped into the car. I can see Darren Franklin at the halfway mark over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
I'm going to time it, Sandy, from right now to when that car comes back out on the track. Got the stopwatch going. Bit of pressure on the crew now.
Tony Carabot coming in. Where did he come from?
Well, he must have come through for the halfway point, I reckon.
Yeah, I didn't see Tony come through on the main track, but he might have a little issue as well. Once again, there's a lot of dust stuck to the back of that car, and that usually tells us there's an oil leak somewhere, and the oil is blowing back up onto the back of the car and the tyre, etc., and the dust sticking to it.
I mean, you can usually hear that car coming from a long way away.
Yeah, it's a very sweet sounding car. Michael Shipton, folks, coming into the finish line. There he is, car 585. Still got a lap or two to go. I'm going to say 2 laps to go from memory.
Yeah, I reckon 2 laps
he's
to go for
competing.
Shipton. It's blowing a bit of smoke out the back by the looks of that too.
There's a lot of
steam.
That looks like steam coming out of the back of that car, and they may not even realise that.
No.
Sorry, I can't even spit my words out still. Kyle Tucker after his break. Yeah, looks like Kyle Tucker.
I reckon that 45-minute service break after being in the pits for X amount of time trying to repair the fuel pump. We spent a lot of time in the pits today.
I've been there.
I think any off-roader's been there at some point.
We've had races, I've said it before, we've had races where we haven't even gotten out for the pre-run of the look lap of the prologue track. The car's done a number of, as it's coming out of pit row into the pre-run of the prologue track, so I think that was there he is, Mr. Tucker. Kyle Tucker on the start line after his service break. There's still a crew working on Taylor's car down there by the looks of it, on the trailer. I can see Seaton Battle's car's lights are on, so might be loading it up.
There's Aaron Habe in car 57. I was just having a look at the rally safe to see where he was. He was not... I think he probably just made a pass on Peter Tamil in 10:42 in the last few minutes.
But that's a big gap.
That is
between
a
him and
very,
Gartner.
very big gap.
That's got to be a solid 7 or 8 minutes, I reckon.
Kyle Tucker sounds like he's about to get his day underway once again. Another 3 laps ahead for Kyle Tucker. Now, Sandy, do you know what the time they have to complete this section is?
Not sure, but I thought it was around... It was around a total of 7 hours run time today, usually. Oh, there you are. Just got it.
All right.
There you are. Pups back out, folks. Fresh tyre on the rear. What was the time, mate?
The pit stop, 3:41.49.
Grayson through the finish line again.
Start of the timer, 3 minutes and 41 seconds for them to.
And he, like I
change
said, he
that
wouldn't have
time.
got out the car for that. That would have been the crew. I saw them doing a bit of a jog over there. They would have had everything ready. They would have been tyre off, tyre on, and keep going.
Now we've just had the time updated. It's not 13 seconds, but 27 seconds.
27.4, I think it was.
So 27 seconds is the
Gartner.
gap between Lehman and Gartner. But of course, if their lap times are similar to what they've been doing, that is still Gartner still within a very good shot of overtaking the 85 on corrected time. Now, of course, Gartner doesn't have to finish the race on the road in front of Lehman. It's just on corrected time as Habe makes his way over the burst and super jump.
Not too sure who Habe has in the passenger seat this weekend either. For a long time, Liz used to sit in the seat, and she was doing a few prologues, but I'll see our head of recovery walking over. Car 276. Car 276, can your crew head over to event HQ, please? Our recovery boss has requested you. Vandy, like the rock star he is, getting followed by his own chopper, his own personal chopper, following the Vanderwoods.
Cameron Grayson at 697 over the Sutton Ford whoops. As Sandy, I've just seen a car go through the Waikerie Toyota.
Looks like Habe's time there, 6 minutes 40 behind Todd Lehman. So he's going to really struggle to even get that, even half of that back, I would imagine. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're all right. Is that Simon Tucker or Trav Conrad? They look similar. Oh, it is Trav Conrad. Halfway through. little bit quiet here in around the HQ area currently. While we've got a minute, once again, we'll thank our sponsors for the championship, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline Wheels and ARB 4x4 Accessories for backing the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. There's many different sponsors that help different areas of the races. We've got championships, we've got state championships, club championships going. We've got the Southern States Series on board with this weekend's event. Things, even screenshots, big screens out here. Have our big screen out in the spectator area. Multitudes of people like councils and different areas helping out just to put this event on. All the guys in the background. You've got all the recovery crews, all the officials. I see there's about 20 people standing around Event HQ over there. Jay Mitchell. Currently 4th on track. Been sitting in next to Matty Burrows for a couple of years, and now Matt is in the passenger seat next to him in his car. So pretty well tuned team, although we haven't seen Jay out in his own car very much. I think you'll see that change in the future.
I think the one of the biggest thank yous we need to give out has to go to our landowners.
Oh yeah, not discounting those guys. I think we've got we're using 2 properties this weekend.
Yeah, a couple of properties, so the Newell and Viewmont Station. And of course, without them allowing us to race on their land, we certainly wouldn't be here. So a massive thank you to our landowners for allowing us onto the property this weekend, not only to race but also to camp.
Jay Mitchell about to come around to the Sutton Ford. Whoops. The wind's picked up quite considerably, and I presume that that's sort of helping out there a little bit. Be interesting to see what we see when Stu Chappie comes in, mate, because we know Bowie was right behind him.
Yeah, well, they were really, really close on corrected time, and we've been saying throughout the day, as long as Bowie stays within the within touching distance of Stu Chapman, He knows he's going to have that class pretty well sewn up. But never know what's going to happen out there. If Stu Chapman can get around some of the slower competitors and Bowie struggles a little bit more, he might catch up through a tighter section. And that gap might just open out even more. As you can see on our rally safe system here. This will be car 85 of Toddy Lehman. Who's that next to him? 1007 of Sean Ratcliffe. And back at on that same straight, right down the corner here, the 410 of Greg Gardner. And look at the dust out on the big screen there, Sandy. There's a lot going on there.
I can't quite see. Excuse me. I can't quite see from here who we're actually chasing.
Zoom in here on the rally safe. You can see car 85 just near the top of the screen there, and not too far behind the 410 of Gardner. Making their way back towards us. And they shouldn't be far away at all at the moment. Looking at the rally safe, we should have these top competitors, and there he is now, Toddy Lehman. Back into view. And Greg Gardner is not too far behind according to the rally safe.
I can hear Greg Gardner.
Do you reckon Toddy knows he's coming now? There's lights through the trees. Yeah.
And we've got Sibbo over on our right. Maybe that was who I could hear.
Yeah, could be. So that'd be Sean Ratcliffe.
So Sean Ratcliffe's in between.
He is
Greg
in between.
And Todd.
And that might have a bit of an effect on this event.
Yeah.
I reckon you can just hear the hard charging truck of Greg Gardner out in the distance.
Yeah, I can hear him coming. Might have dropped off a little bit of pace there too, mate.
May have. He shouldn't be too far away. According to the rally save here, he's not far away at all. Tell you what though, if he's dropped off a little bit, it'll be a very, very interesting final 30 kilometres of racing here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. As there is Greg Gardner now. And on his previous couple of lap times, he was catching up to Todd Lehman. But with 30 kilometres to go, the Waikerie in 2025, Gardner looks like he's got a flat tyre there, Sandy.
He does. Mate, that's devastating for him. Gardner's crew is cutting through.
Flat.
But not only that, you know what that means for him? You know what that means for him? Unfortunately for Greg, he'll have to start that lap again.
Oh, I think he can rejoin at the halfway mark. I think the crews are allowed to rejoin if they come in from that halfway point.
Simon Tucker over the finish line again.
I'm going to get my stopwatch out again. So time to start it now for the Gardner crew. But yeah, if the crews come in from the halfway point, they're allowed back out across the track there, and they can restart from that halfway mark. If they get towed in though, they do have to start the lap again.
There you go.
So who knows how long Gardner's had that flat for? Because if he's had that for the last few kilometres, he's decided it's quicker for him to continue on and come into the pits.
That's going to be devastating for him.
Absolutely. When he was in the box
he's not
seat
going to make that up now.
No, he's in the box seat to take that win, and of course now he's going to be put under pressure from Aaron Habe in car 57.
Well, we're going to see him come through anytime soon too.
Well,
Stu Chappie
And here's that
One
Class
more lap to
10
go,
battle.
and
There's
straight
Bowie
behind him
right
in his
there.
dust. Bowie, I reckon Bowie knows that he can do it from this point in. This Class
just
10
gonna
battle has been absolutely awesome to watch all weekend.
Now they're just going to maintain that distance now. I think Stuart Chapman's got to find a little bit of time on this lap. So I do have the stopwatch on the Gartner crew. As that wheel is now off. New tyre going on.
I'm sure they'll be checking the left rear while they're there, because now's the time to change it if they need to.
I'll tell you what though, this is the breathing space that Toddy Lehman probably doesn't realise he needed.
He bloody oath he needed. Simon Tucker over the whoops. Gee, that's a well-dialed car, isn't it?
It's a very, very good car, but the Tuckers seem to get a handle on these cars very quickly, as Kyle Tucker got a handle on his new car very, very fast as well. I believe he got that, it was around this time last year, I believe he got hold of that car.
Yeah, he's definitely settled into it well, hasn't he?
You know, I think he'll probably still be learning more and more about that car as they make some changes to it as well.
Greg Gartner still up in the jack. 10 people standing around.
Well, this is the interesting one. Can the, do you reckon the Ratcliffe crew can be faster on the, the Tyrrell crew can be faster on the tyre change than the Gartner crew? Chapman.
Righto. I started the...
Well, we started the timer. We started the stopwatch here in the commentary
Mate,
box.
there is literally 11 seconds between Chappie and Bowie.
And that would be enough for Bowie to take the class
And
win.
I reckon Stu's got to know he's there. He has to know he's
will
there.
Absolutely.
Look at that,
know
folks.
he's there.
The Class 10 battle is going great.
It's going to go down to the wire. And Stuart Chapman, can he find a bit of time?
Matt Hummer still has, I believe, possibly 2 laps to go.
Gartner is rolling in the pits now. He's underway.
That's got to have cost him a bit, though. Gartner needs to get back out in front of Habe. What's it taken him so far? Because he's only had 5 minutes, 6 minutes 40, remember?
3 minutes 40 seconds.
That's dropped him out of contention for a win, I believe.
I would say so. I'll tell you what, though. The Tyrrell crew, faster on the pit stop. Faster on the tyre change.
Were they really?
3:41 for James Tyrrell. Suppose they don't have as heavier of a tyre to put on as well. So they're going to be moved out back across the track here, and we'll stop the timer at the same point that we did for the Tyrrell crew. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to change the tyre on the truck. It's bringing forward back underway once again.
Well, that tells you a story, doesn't it? Greg Gartner only got 2.5 laps out of a tyre.
Well, it does tell you a big story, isn't it?
The rocks, because we all, I think our camera, while I was out there in the pits earlier, zoomed in on his tread, on the 2 that they took off the back of that truck, and they were fresh going on, I believe, yesterday, if not even this morning. So 2 destroyed, 3, 4 destroyed tyres, I would imagine, by the time he gets back in.
It wouldn't be cheap tyres either, 40-inch tyres.
No. I see Lesk's side by side on the trailer out there. Habe comes through, so Havey will literally be sitting in a little bit of Greg Gartner's dust, wondering what the heck's going on here. He doesn't know who he's catching.
Yeah, he's going to be probably going to be a little bit shocked and confused and uncertain.
Most people have comms out here in these cars. They can radio back to base. They'll have somebody sitting back here with a headset on listening. However, they can't always get through, so they won't always know what's going on back in the pits either. See Tony Carabot walking back by the looks of it. I would imagine he's out. Not too sure what happened to the 81 Diablo, Tony Carabot. But I see him wandering back over to HQ.
I reckon that looks like the Shipton.
It is the Shipton
truck
car.
on the back of a tow rope.
Let's way back and under a tow. Kyle Tucker at the halfway point. Remembering Kyle Tucker's still got a couple to go. However, we're seeing a lot of cars now. Flat tyres coming in on tow ropes, tow trucks, trailers. I've had a few of our top guys, Brent Martin, Clayton Chapman. Chappie unfortunately out early on. Another Class 2 rolling out there, and I think they actually finished, though, their component on the back of a truck behind our Sprint Logistics. There we go.
264, Brian Bradford.
They've been consistently circulating all weekend too. Didn't look like they've had too many dramas.
That's all you can ask for as well. Just a weekend of consistent racing as the Shipton truck.
Unfortunately for the Shipton crew coming back under tow, it runs a lot of oil up the right-hand rear side of that car. I'm going to say maybe some sort of transmission issue, possibly. Only presuming.
It's unfortunate for the team.
They were going quite well too, weren't they?
Going very,
they
very
were
well.
Leading Class 5.
Tony Carabo is looking for a Dash A inline joiner, speed flow fitting or hydraulic.
So if anybody out there has a Dash 8 inline joiner for the steering for Tony Carabot, that was for car 81. He would greatly appreciate it. I know there's some crews out there that carry all sorts of different goodies, but yeah, Dash 8 inline joiner for Tony Carabot's steering. Obviously blown a power steering hose or something out there.
Another one of our side-by-side competitors is 620 of Paul Renouf.
Made it the weirdest noise I've ever heard.
We've got a car coming back down to the start line here, Sandy.
That's the night entry, 6:55, I think. They came in under tow, I believe, so they might be out to start there. Yeah, they didn't go through the starting beam. So that means they must be continuing on from a previous lap. They've had to restart a lap.
Not the greatest feeling, but it's certainly better than not being able to finish at all.
Once again, just if anybody's got a Dash 8 inline joiner for Tony Carabot's steering for his Diablo, car 81, that'll be greatly appreciated, anyone down the pits. Half past one, mate, and I don't reckon we're too far off a finish. We've had our top three go past us on our at the halfway point, and I reckon wouldn't be too far off seeing our race leader come in.
Well, there's Cameron Grayson over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump once again. I'm just trying to find out leaders on the Rally Safe page here. There's car 85 of Todd Lehman. So not too far away at all. Speaking of our top group of cars, here's Jay Mitchell, 121.
Fourth on road.
Fourth on the road, a really, really good result. Started out of ninth place this morning.
And half a lap to go.
Maybe the 651 of Lockie
That was
Campbell.
Lockie Campbell, yeah. They've still got one lap to go. Keep the driveways clear, please, folks. Anybody down there, clear the driveways on the way out for the exit. Thank you.
So next couple of cars we should be seeing.
One right here in vision, mate. Side by side.
Oh, it should be the 606 of
I'd reckon so. It looks
Hayley
like
Stevens, and then not far behind should be the 1006 of Travis Conrad.
And that's Franklin. Darren.
Franklin.
He's not moving flat out, mate. He might have a flat tyre or something, hey?
Oh, there you go. So we should... yep, there he is. He's on the list there.
Left rear.
Yeah, so he's only...
Yeah, left rear's flat. Franklin's crew, get down there, get ready. He's coming in with a flat
Oh, we've got
tyre.
another one to time.
Hasn't Hayley Stevens has done fantastic this weekend too. Bit of a silent achiever. We sort of not so much forgot about her, but just didn't take note of how her circulation's going for the weekend too.
Well, I think she had a bit of trouble earlier on today. Let's see if I can find her on the times here. Yeah, Hayley Stevens. So it looks like she's on her third lap at the moment. So the timer has started for the Franklins, and there is Conrad in 10.06, and Hayley Stevens shouldn't be far behind. There's Lockie Campbell over the Sutton Ford Whoops, and that looks like they're taking it a bit easier than they have been as well.
Not far behind Travis Conrad, mate. Hayley Stevens, as predicted, over the finish line for her third lap.
We see the Franklin crew go to work. if they can beat the times of the Tyrrell crew and the Gartner crew with the tyre change. Probably the lightest of all the tyres.
Oh, yeah, one-hander.
Darren Vanderwood greeting the checkered flag in 5:54. There's Conrad over the Sutton Ford whoop, so Vanderwood's over the line. Their day complete. I believe they were doing the 4 laps. There's Hayley Stevens over the Sutton Ford whoops. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing our on-road leader, Toddy Lehman, making his way back towards the finish line right now. Looks like he'll be the next car expected through the finish line. Oh, in the distance, I reckon I can hear a turbo buggy, and that'll be the 85 of Toddy Lehman. He won the prologue. He was fastest in yesterday's Section 1, the first finisher for Section 2. Todd Lehman across the line with a great performance all weekend. He'll make his way down to the finishing area there. And of course, we'll have to wait for the next couple of cars to cross the line so we can confirm if Toddy Lehman has taken this victory. Of course, Greg Gartner getting that flat tyre has taken some of the pressure off of Todd Lehman. So Toddy Lehman with a 4:14.29 an overall time.
Well, folks, there he is. Those rear tyres are 3/4 destroyed on this car. As a lot of people had tyre issues, but the chunks are out of Toddy's rear tyres. Mickey Thompson Baja bosses on the back of this thing. but I think everyone's copped the same this weekend. Provisionally, our ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro winner, Toddy Lehman. Mate, I don't think you realised how close Greg Gartner was getting to you there towards the end. And fortunately for you, well, I think you might have still had it anyway, but he actually came in with a flat tyre at the halfway marker on that last point. But your car, faultless all weekend. You dominated all weekend. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm really proud of it. Yeah, I knew Greg was coming. We probably took it a bit easy on that fourth lap. Probably could have pushed a little bit harder, but then we come across a bit of lap traffic that sort of in a bad time there. But yeah, we just kept pedaling and yeah, got it done.
And the car feels good because it came in sounding good and looking good. It sounds like you've got no dramas. I see the back tread here, mate, is pretty much non-existent. Half lugs ripped off, full lugs ripped off. That's the tyres out there. There's a few people coming with flat tyres, and you obviously had a good run today in that respect. But the rocks obviously came through pretty heavily towards the end there.
Yeah, it was brutal out there. You'd probably struggle to do a lap in your four-wheel drive out there, I reckon. So, yeah, you just got to come in and try not to be sliding across them sideways. Just look after those sidewalls.
So are the corners interesting? We obviously haven't all seen it out there now, but have the corners dug out? Are the ruts deep? You know, some ruts, we were talking about it before, Rainbow, some of the corners at Rainbow and the Pines, as you know, those ruts at the end of it, they'll be a solid 1.5 metres deep, some of them. What are the corners like out there now?
Yeah, they're probably a good metre deep, some of them holes in there, but you try and rail the berm and it just blows out. It's just talcum powder, it just doesn't hold you, so you got to really pick your lines.
Yeah. All right, well, mate, go and have a drink and have a relax. Congratulations. Provisionally first. I don't know. I can't say that 100% until we get the word, but right now, excuse me, Toddy Lehman, car 85, first across the line. Well done. From down near Robe Earth Movers. We still have currently second on road and on their way in. I reckon we'll be, what did we say his tyre change was? About 4 or 5 minutes. So another 4 or 5 minutes from now, and I reckon we'll see Greg Gartner coming in.
Yeah, the 4 minute 15 second tyre change for Greg Gartner's crew. We'll just have a look at the rally safe. He shouldn't be too far away though. Drone footage still doing, well, the drone pilot still doing plenty of work to get our footage up on the big screen here. Chasing the dust of the cars still out on the track, and plenty of them still out on the track at the moment. So a total time 4:14:29.1 for Todd Lehman. His fastest lap of the day, the first lap at 36:55. Of course, that track got rougher and rougher. A 40:53 on the final lap. And then I reckon we can hear the sound of the big truck, the Class 4 of Greg Gartner. He was chasing down Todd Lehman and was a minute lap faster for lap number 5 today, and looked like he was doing the same on lap 6, or lap 4, before having the flat tyre on lap 6.
I just heard word. Toddy just said he borrowed these rear tyres off the chappies, so they can come and get them back now. There's not much left of them, and I see we got the Mickey Thompson rep here. He might want to come over and have a look at them too. We can hear him. Greg Gartner still looking like a comfortable second in front of Mr. Habe.
So second on the road and across the line, Greg Gartner in car 410. A really solid weekend until that flat tyre slowed him down on that last lap.
And an amazing car to watch too, mate. Like we said, Greg's had a little bit of time out from off-road racing, but it's great to see him back, and also to see him finish where he has this weekend.
While Greg pulls up, Aaron Habe across the line as well in car 57. Updated time for you here as well. Sandy's going to have a chat to the crews down on the ground there.
We'll give him a minute to get out of the car. Just competed what I would say is definitely in the top realm of races. Greg Gartner, and in third position, Aaron Habe in car 57. Greg, mate, we unfortunately saw you come in halfway through that last lap. That was sort of devastating because we were slowly watching you climb back through the realm there, back towards Toddy, and that unfortunately banged you well out of contention. There was no way you were getting that back in half a lap, but well done on second place, provisional second place. Fantastic effort, awesome to see you back, and glad to see you back safe.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. We were pretty disappointed when we thought we had a right rear flat, but we sort of had...
How far out did that happen, actually?
9Ks?
Yeah.
For 9Ks from here, from the halfway, so... yeah, so we... Oh, there's a real fast straight out there, and I sort of thought, well, let's get back to here.
Yeah.
Get a hand to do that, and then we sort of thought we'll give it a bit of a crack, because the track's coming to the truck a bit now, but knowing that it was going to be hard on tyres as well, but what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, those last couple of laps we saw you doing a couple of minutes faster than Todd, and yeah, obviously tyre degradation was a massive thing this weekend. It wasn't just you, you know. You have a look at any of these tyres, they've all got chunks and lugs missing down to the canvas, so I mean, hey, you're here.
Yeah, we're here, and yeah, look, I'd just love to thank all my crew and Waikerie Off-Road Club, the other competitors, and all my crew, Craig Carrison, R&J Batteries and Albans, and just all our sponsors, and you know, Handy and that in the shed's done an unreal job. Like, he does it all on his own, and the truck's as strong as it's ever been, I reckon.
Yeah, yep. It's good to see. Well, congratulations, mate. Greg Gartner, everybody. Car 410, provisionally second over the line. We'll get over and have a quick yap with Aaron Habe, our third place getter. I don't think he wants to get out. Maybe he's just sitting here because he wants to go again. Is that right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was good fun, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the last, the converter just started getting a bit hot on the last I just saw Greg there and I thought, oh, let's try and line him up, and the converter got hot and got, bugger. So I turned it back out again.
Yeah, Greg came in on that halfway marker on that last lap with a flat tyre, but it looks like yours have held out reasonable. There's a lot of chunks missing out of a lot of tyres. Everyone's rear tyres are looking the same.
Yeah, look, it's gnarly out off-road racing, and Thompson's didn't let us today, so that's pretty cool.
No, I don't think there was many issues there with the Mickeys, apart from obviously looking a little bit worse for wear now. But car felt good, car looked good. There was just, it sort of sat there and did its thing all week by the sound of it.
Yeah, look, I was coming out at half time. I had the wrong helmet on. I had the other helmet on. Oh. I was pulling my glasses off, so I changed them over. It was heaps better. So yeah, it was awesome.
Off to the next round at Gundy.
I guess we'll see how we go. I don't know yet, but we'll just regroup and see what's happening. So yeah, cool.
All right, well done. Congratulations. Good to see you over the finish line safe. You can get out and have a drink and relax. Third place, everybody, car 57. Aaron Habe. Yeah, just having a look at those tyres. That's crazy to see, just literally full lugs missing off tyres down here. And everyone knew it when we first went out there. We all talked about them. All they do out here is seem to grow rocks. But I see some, Greg's tyres here missing full lugs down to the canvas. The Mickey T's have obviously cut up, but they seem to have held together pretty bloody well, I've got to tell you. Considering these tyres have actually only done 3 laps of this racetrack with, 7 or 8 or 100 horsepower or whatever throwing them about. Look, at the end of the day, they're a civilian tyre, don't forget, folks. These aren't any special race compound. This is literally what I drove here on this weekend as well. So this is on any old four-wheel drive out there. Let's be honest. They're holding together quite well. Well, folks, there's your top 3 for this year's ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. We've still got a few to go. We'll cut back up to you up there, Cam, while we wait for, I think, Jay Mitchell next in over the line, unless that's him we can hear now. No, that's the pup, which will have, I think, James Terrell will have one more lap to go after this, won't he?
Yeah, well, he's one of our competitors that did have a flat tyre. So 3 competitors had the flat tyre on their latest lap, and James Tyrrell was one of them. So 10:36 off for another lap here at the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. The next car due back in is Jay Mitchell in car 121. As we've been saying throughout the day, it's been a really good performance from the Class 1 competitor. Sitting in 4th on the road, having started out in 9th place earlier this morning. And of course, we had a pile of top-end cars dropping out or having issues, including Tom Owen, Brent Martin, Kyle Tucker is back out there at the moment, but he had issues. Matt Curtis dropped out, and of course Toby Waitley. So Jay Mitchell's been able to move his way forward through the pack, and as has Peter Simpson, who started out of 11th, made his way right up near the front. Simon Tucker as well, who started out of 14th this morning, making the most of a few of our competitors that have had some dramas out there on the track. Of course, as we were saying before, we went through a walk through the pits last night, and lots of crews doing a lot of little bits and pieces on the cars overnight. And of course, with 360 kilometres of racing today, a lot of those little issues, they're being found while they're out there on the circuit, not when they return back after, what did we do, 42 kilometres yesterday. So a lot more racing today, and a lot more issues for our crews out there. Of course, we should be keeping an eye on the Class 10 battle, the Stuart Chapman and Stephen Bowie Graham battle, currently 7th and 8th, with Bowie in 7th position. And there is James Tyrrell in 10:36 over the Sutton Ford Whoops and the Burson Super Jump. So James Tyrrell on his last lap at the moment. I reckon that'll be the sound of the Class 1 of Jay Mitchell coming back in towards us now. Shouldn't be too far away from appearing out of the tree line, as I reckon that'll be the 620 of Paul Renouf over the Waikerie Toyota infield jump. There he is now, Jay Mitchell in car 121, the ex-Brandle machine. Greeting the checkered flag, fourth on the road for Jay Mitchell. .360 kilometres complete for Jay Mitchell and Matty Burrows in the Illumicraft Class 1. There's Lockie Campbell over the Waikerie Toyota jump.
They've had a fair weekend too, haven't they, mate? That Class 1. And once again, you know, a couple of ultimate cars, Class 4 truck that's done it all before, and then another Class 1 in fourth. I mean, we saw it out at Rainbow, our first round of the championship, with some crazy placings with different cars that you would never expect to be up there. But yeah, definitely. Jay Mitchell and Matty Burrows. Just idle it down, get some temp out of the engine, oils, etc., etc. Jay, well done, mate. I know everyone's battled out there this weekend, but you're in a Class 1, first Class 1 over the line. Well done. Welcome home safe. How'd the track feel at the end there? Because they're saying that the ruts have dug deeper, the rocks have definitely come through now. Your tyres seem to have held up reasonably good.
Yeah, no, the track certainly got pretty bad. Just in the rocks section, you can't push too hard and just sort of poke through there. And when we push, we could push, and other than that, they're still up. So. And
the car looked super fast. It looked nice. It handled all the rough stuff, like the even the whoop section, etc., extremely well. So you're pretty happy. There's obviously not really any changes you're going to do to the car.
No, the car's good. Can't fault that at all.
And you haven't been in this car that long.
No, not too long, but no, it's the car that is awesome. Set up beautifully. It's thanks to Mel for selling it to me.
Where on to from here? Off to Gundy next?
Entered for Gundy. We'll get home and wash it up and see what's wrong with it, and if it's good to go, we'll go to Gundy.
All right, nice. Well, welcome back again, mate, and good to see you over the line safe. Thank you. Fourth place and the first of our Class 1 cars, Jay Mitchell and Matty Burrows. Smiles all round. I think we've got a little gap to our next car in.
Yeah, on the road, or on corrected time, the next car should be the 412 of Peter Simpson. However, on the road, looks like Cameron Grayson in 697, making his way back towards us. I reckon we can hear the side-by-side in the distance now of Cam Grayson. racing over the line in 6.97, which means that the next car home should be the 412 of Peter Simpson. However, on the rally safe, Simon Tucker very close to car 412.
Tell you what, Sibbo will be absolutely wrapped with a top 5 out here. I know he was a little concerned early on with once again the rear tyres. I think they put in a fresh set by the looks of the change of rims on the way out there for that last section. So I can hear him.
Yeah, well, rally safe's updated. It's definitely going to be the 412, the next car through. And I reckon it's got to be the fastest Bennett truck in the country. A 7-litre machine. A really, really strong weekend for Peter Simpson.
Oh, phenomenal.
Started out of 11th this morning.
When I had a chat to him this morning, he was a little concerned about him dropping back down the field, getting rounded up by some of the bigger, or sort of, newer and faster cars, but I can hear him, he's getting closer. Mr. Barker, I believe, in the passenger seat with him this weekend.
Here he is now, the 412, Peter Simpson, greeting the checkered flag.
Yes. He will be absolutely ecstatic with this finish, mate, I'm telling you now. 2 Class 4s, 2 Ultimate Class cars, and a Class 1 for the top 5 here at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Round 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship before our next race up at Gundy on the 8th to 10th of August. Simon Tucker, second of our Class 2s. Oh, sorry, Class 1s. I was reading his number. Sorry, yeah, Class 1. Chappie over the line, there we go. First of our Class 10, and let's see how close Bowie got to him, because I see Bowie's lights already through the trees there, and it looks like he's dropped off a little bit, mate. This battle was crazy all weekend. Some of these guys get out of their cars and gear off and cool down a little. Sibbo, it was obviously smoother than the bug would have been, but mate, phenomenal effort. 5th outright on track, provisionally 5th overall, and 2nd in Class 4. Well done. Good to see you home, mate.
Thank you. You know the car's hurting when you're starting to hurt. I couldn't have done another lap. I don't think the auto or the tyres could have done another lap. But it was good to get to the end.
Well done, mate. Have a sip and relax. Peter Simpson, 5th outright over the line today. We've got the Tuckers have done a runner on me. Oh, he's over here behind me. We'll have a quick chat with Stu. Oh, I'll come over and grab. Mr. Tucker, just quickly before you nick off, mate, well done. Good to see you home safe. The car looked like it ran really good all weekend. No real dramas, so.
Yeah, no, it was a reasonable weekend. Just a new set of tyres, a couple of belts there, a bit of oil at the halfway mark, and yeah, I don't know. I reckon I'm going to go to bed tonight. It's either going to be keep up it, or watch the stone. That's what I'll be dreaming about.
All right, welcome back, mate. Go and have a drink. Where's Stu? I tell you what, that Class 10 battle between these two red Class 10s, folks. Thank you for that. Stu, you look a little worn out, mate.
A bit tired after that one. It's a bit of hard work. But no, it was fantastic. Had a great battle with Bowie here. Might have got me in there. He was catching up real close, and I don't know, it was just a fantastic race.
I know you came across the finish line in front of him. I'm still yet to hear exactly what happened on timing. That'll come out soon, I'm sure. But hey, well done, steering it and doing the whole lot on your own in the car this weekend. I know you have a fantastic crew, the family behind you. But first car over the line for Class 10. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Stu Chappie, and once again Bowie, who loves chatting to me. We'll just come this way a little bit. Mate, I know we're keeping a close eye on you, chasing the back of Chappie there, trying to catch up and close that gap, because we thought if you came over right behind him, you might be in contention for a Class 10 win.
Yep.
I still don't know if that's actually happened or not.
Yeah, neither do I. Maybe we're going to find out.
We'll find out, but hey, you went fantastic all weekend as well. I think most of the cars up the top here didn't really have any faults. Your car?
No, we apart from that stick and throttle there on, was it lap 2? Yeah, no, it ran good. Yeah, had no dramas. Yeah, just lacking a fair bit of horsepower.
Oh, well, the track cut up fairly badly towards the end there.
Oh yeah, it was cut up by the second and third lap, but yeah, just the ruts got a bit deeper and stuff. And yeah, there was some there you just couldn't even go in, like second gear flat, and it was going nowhere.
All right, well, hopefully we'll see you at Gundy, mate. Welcome home. Another car over the line, second of our Class 10s over the line on road, and car 1065 Bowie Graham. There are, folks. We're going to go wander up and we'll do our champagne presentation for our first 3 place getters, wherever they may be. if we can get our top 3 competitors up here. Toddy Lehman, can I get you back up to the HQ here, please? You and your navigator. Righto, folks, we're going to, just as we see Pup Disbury around the back, Kyle Tucker unfortunately getting towed in, but we're going to start this afternoon's proceedings with congratulating our third place getters, Aaron Habe in car 57 with Declan in the passenger seat. Well done, mate. once again, congratulations. Good to see you over the finish line. Third place outright today at the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, folks. Aaron Habe in car 57 with Declan in the passenger seat. Second outright, Greg Gartner, Jamie Jennings in car 410. Welcome home again and well done. Our second place getters. And first this weekend, Toddy Lehman with Brad in the passenger seat, wherever he disappeared to. He's run away again. Oh, there you are. Well done, mate. Everybody, a quick word. Well done again. If you want to have a quick word.
Oh yeah, big thanks to the club. It was a bit of a tough choice to keep the it happening this weekend, but the club's put on an awesome effort, and it's a great show. Thanks to all the clubs that turned up. Oh, it's a rough track, but that's what it's all about. So yeah, I love it. It's great fun. So thank you guys. Well done to Todd and Greg. Bye.
Thank you, mate. That's Aaron Habe, everyone, car 57. Greg Gartner, car 410. Second outright this weekend. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thank you. I thank Jamie, my crew that come in, and all the work that my crew in the shed's done. These other guys for third and first, and yeah, we just give it a crack today, and we didn't have a lot to lose, so yeah, just really happy to finish, to be honest, and I'd like to thank the Waikerie Club and all the years and everything. You know, the job here looks amazing, and the amount of work that's done here is, you know, I think some tired people.
Yeah, it's very well set up course. And once again, our champions here this weekend, and first place getters, Toddy Lehman in car 85, Brad in passenger seat. Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I'd just like to thank the Waikerie Club for putting on such a great event. Once again, all of our crew, mum and dad, family, everyone that helps out. Brad done a good job navigating, and yeah, it's bloody good to see this bloke next to me back out on the track here. Yeah, what he's been through is bloody massive, so it's good to see him back, and yeah, hopefully everyone can get back here next year, and yeah, we'll do it all again.
Thank you. There you are, folks. First and third place. Put your hands together, please. We still have a handful of cars on track, but there's your top three. I think we're about 8 or 9 cars in now. Toddy Lehman, car 85, first place. Greg Gartner, car 410, second. And Aaron Habe in car 57, third place this weekend here out in Waikerie, South Australia. Round 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, and we're off to Goondiwindi up in the Queensland border, early August, folks. So make sure you got your cars prepped and get on up there. It's going to be a hoot. Everybody loves Gundy. And then once again, for the 4th round of the championship this year, we'll be back down to Millicent in South Australia at the Pines. So we've got a little bit to go before we sign off, but I'll cut back to you for a minute up there, Cam.
Yeah, still a few cars out there on the track at the moment. Lockie Campbell should be the next car through. Also out there on the track, 620 of Paul Renouf. The 1006 of Travis Conrad. Looks like he's on the track there as well. As well as the 264 of Brian Bradford. We saw James Tyrrell come through the halfway mark not too long ago. So we can see a lot of our club races, cars already on the trailer. Yeah, packed up and ready to go home. Of course, our club races only need to do the 3 laps today. Our state level competitors with the 4 laps to do. And our national competitors doing the 6 laps. There is Lockie Campbell now in car 651. Reading the checkered flag. Did a bit of work over the car. Did a bit of work on the car over the weekend. But have found themselves at the finish line of the 2025 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. Of course, a massive thank you to all of our event sponsors here for the weekend. Waikerie Hotel, Sutton Ford, Sprint Freight Logistics, Ramco Earthworks, ARB, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Riverland Funerals, the Waikerie Club, Dunstan Repairs and Maintenance, Bursons, Thomas Foods International, Platinum Livestock, Tough As, Waikerie Tyre Power, Waikerie Mechanical, BVMS Chartered Accountants, Shill Auto, Kane Electrical, Marshall First National, Elders, Rexall, Gallard Group, Riverland Irrigation Services, Waikerie Coaches, sponsoring the prologue. The short course sponsored by Truro Agencies. Today's long course section thanks to South Central Trucks. We had the Whoops sponsored by Sutton Ford, the Burson Super Jump, and of course the Waikerie Toyota Infield Jump. And thanks to our class sponsors, Element Off-Road, RMAW, Rollies Automotive, SC Tucker Transport, Dunstan Repairs and Maintenance, SS Race Tech, Waikerie Machine Hire, GRC Motorsport, and Solon, also sponsors of the event this weekend. Couple of cars out in front of us now. And that may be the 620 of Paul Renouf. And right behind is the 1006 of Travis Conrad. Of course, a massive thank you to all of our officials and our volunteers who have helped put this event on throughout the weekend. All of the recovery crews out there doing a great job making sure all of our crews are looked after when they're out on the track. Big thank you to the Waikerie Club as well, the Waikerie Off-Road Club, for going all out this year in putting on such a fantastic event. All the work behind the scenes that have been done by this club to get this event to what it is today has been nothing short of absolutely brilliant. They've done a fantastic job as Brian Bradford will greet the checkered flag in 264 across the line for the Bradford machine. I reckon this will be the 655 of Rob Knight coming in towards us now as well. As the last few crews crossed the line, of course. Had some dramas throughout the weekend for some of our top competitors. Tom Owen, Brent Martin, Kyle Tucker, Matt Curtis, Toby Waitley, all having dramas out on the track. Of course, yesterday we had issues for Clayton Chapman in car 15. One of our rollovers, 1074 of David Adams. I believe the plan is to repair that car within the next couple of weeks so they can go racing once again, the Adams Motorsport crew. Of course, a massive thank you to our landowners for letting us go racing here on their properties. Letting us camp here as well. Of course, without them, this certainly would not be possible. I reckon that'd be the 697 of Cameron Grayson over the Waikerie Toyota jump. Massive thank you to all of our media crews out here as well. We're doing a great job. Our drone pilot still out there working hard, following some cars around. And everyone who put all the effort into get the big screen and all of our live timing and live streaming available for everyone to see. Of course, a few more thank yous to our sponsors, of course, ARB 4x4 Accessories, the State Championship sponsor Sprint Freight and Logistics, our Southern States Championship sponsors Burson Auto Parts, Geelong Carbies, Jetworks, PMD Race Products, Show and Go Photography, Tough As Products, River Murray Auto Wreckers, Bull Brothers Earth Moving, CCM 4x4, Racer Imports, Oz 4-Wheel Drive, Monster Off-Road, Integrity New Homes, Limestone Coast, and our SAORRA multi-club series sponsors: Alert Security, Film and Delivery, Racer Imports, PMD Race Products, River Murray Auto Wreckers, and Stellar Digital. So massive thank you to all of those sponsors for coming on board to support the various series throughout this year. Of course, without our sponsors and our volunteers as well, who've been doing a great job here all weekend, we certainly couldn't go racing. So massive thank you to all of those people. So the 201 of Forsman's over the line. And there's another car, lights in the distance. That looks like the 606 of Hayley Stevens. Of course, the Forsman's a bit of trouble throughout today. A few dramas with that car. And the same for Hayley Stevens earlier on this morning. A few dramas out there on the track, as did a lot of our competitors.
As soon as we've got some times ready, we'll get our main presentations underway. There are still a few cars to finish and come over the line, but all the club components finished. Once again, folks, while we've got a minute, we'll don't forget we've got Gundy on the 8th to 10th of August up on the Queensland border, the Gundy 500, and down in Millicent late September, late 20s, 26th to 28th I think it is, of September, down in Millicent, South Australia. So prep yourselves for the last two rounds of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. They are James the Pup. Last of our, or one of the last of our Class 10s. I think we've still got a handful out there, don't we? But the Pup is safely over the line this weekend. Great to see. I think a few cars are running out of time, so they're calling the event now. As cars come over, they're flagging them in, and as soon as we get all our scoring finished, we'll get the presentation underway. Righto, park. Everybody park for Mays now cleared, so you can run your cars back to the pits. We've got one car left out on track. It's about 10 k's out, and it'll take us about 10 minutes once he's into 10 or 15 minutes, I believe, until the scores and times are all done. So if you want to run your cars back to your pits, there's a couple of jobs to be done, but just be ready to come back up for the presentation in about, I'm going to say, around 15 to 20 minutes, folks. We'll try and get it done as quickless and painless as possible if we can.
Well, we can hear him now. One car left on the track. It'll be the 697 of Cameron Grayson. Into our view. So the final car on the track and the last car that's going to see the checkered flag for the 2025 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, Cameron Grayson across the line.
And I think that's our last car, Cam. So we won't be too long. Park for Mays now cleared, so if you want to run your cars back to your pits and then come back up soon, we will get the presentation underway as soon as we possibly can. I think they're doing Scoobers going flat out in there, trying to get the scoring sorted, and once that's done, then we'll be back on point to get the presentation finished, or started, should I say, for round two. Round two of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. The next one up at Gundy, the 8th to 10th of August, so not long, folks. We had a big gap between 1 and 2, but now the next round's quite close, so all cars are off, finished for the weekend and accounted for. No major injuries, which is fantastic. A couple of incidences out there, a couple on the pit, etc., etc. Well, folks, we're not too far. Don't forget, run the last few cars back if you want, and then get ready. Ready for the presentation. Won't be too far away now. If I can find our illustrious leader and have a quick chat, then we'll get it underway as soon as we can. We know you've all got a long way to head home. So. We have one car still stopped out there, which we need to get over the finish line or sorted, the compassionate time sorted, which is what the little hold up is here. Once that's sorted, then we'll be able to get Prezos underway. Righto, folks. I know it's been a little bit of a wait, but to do the scoring and give any allotted time for your compassionate time takes a bit to sort out. So we're about 1 or 2 minutes off starting presentations. Anyone down the pits, if you want to wander back up here, we'll get the presentations underway for this year's ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro.
Thanks everyone for coming, and I think it's been a fairly successful event. We'd like to thank all our officials and everyone who's been able to help make this happen. Great effort by the club and everyone that's helped, the media, the recovery guys, everyone, sponsors. We'll start with the outright for the overall. Unfortunately, for some reason, the box of trophies for the class in overall, I think they're still at the trophy place, so we're going to have to get them to you. So we'll bring you up here and we'll get the trophies later. So sorry about that, but there's not much we can do to make them appear now. So we'll do, with the presentations, we'll bring first, second, third up in each class, and then each person or driver can have a chance for a quick chat, but we'll do all three together to try and keep it moving. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Righto, we're start at class 7, but I believe Heath may be still out there. Now these are for overall. Yep. So these are the overall for class for the Waikerie, ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. And class 7, we're starting with the only class 7 entry, the Whedons, Heath and Michelle. So I'm not too sure if they're back from out there. If they're here. They had a little incident towards the end there, unfortunately. We know Heath and Michelle always do quite well. They're willing to stop for anybody around the track and render assistance. So if they're not here, no, they're not here. All right, well, I'm sure they'd love to say a big thank you. I think they were a little disappointed with their finish today with what happened, but I'm sure they'll be back at the next one. So we'll move straight on to class 5. Class 5, we had a few class 5s here this weekend. In third place, Andrew Cameron and Jack Cameron in car 570, the Orange Triton. The Vanderwoods in 554, and I think they might have nicked off as well, but I saw him get towed in late in the day. But first this weekend in class 5, Michael Shipton with Paul Charlton in the passenger seat. Right under those guys, that car handled those whoops out there quite nicely this weekend. So class 5, those three, if they're here, wander up, have a quick word, that'd be great. Anybody that's down the pit still, if you can hear us, wander up so we can get this presentation underway. It took a little bit longer than normal to work out points, etc. I don't think we've got any class 5 people here. No? Righto, I'll move straight on to class 2, if that's the case. Class 2, third place, 222, Troy Purcell with Alan in the passenger seat. 276, Billy Coombe and Heidi Coombe. And first place in class 2, Brian Bradford and Robert in 264.
Oh, you sure?
You want to have a quick word?
Oh, no.
You don't have to.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the sponsors, for Waikerie Club for putting a great race on. Thanks to the Tucker family for sponsoring this class. And yeah, thanks to Alan.
No worries. Thank you. jump up. Car 264, I think you travelled a long way and you did pretty well all weekend. So
Yeah, no, it was a good weekend. A long way from home. We had a good weekend.
And I heard a lot of cheering every time you came over the finish line. So well done.
No, thank you. I'd like to thank all my sponsors: Dan's Automotive, Shannon's Auto Electrical, Shane helping in the car, my wife Karen, Matt. Cheers.
No worries. They are top couple in Class 2. Righto. Down to, we didn't have any Class 3s here this weekend. Class 6, which was a fairly strong class. Obviously, we all know it's been growing over the last few years, but Class 6 in third place, car 620, Paul Renouf with Max in the passenger seat. Car 697, the Grayson entry. And Lockie and Greg Campbell in 651 taking out first place in Class 6, if any of those guys are here. It's been a long weekend.
Yes, it has. That last lap, I thought Rainbow was rough. So, just like to thank my pit crew. Couldn't do it without you guys. My lovely wife at home, still looking after me twins. And, Navi sitting in the silly seat and yelling at me all day. So, thanks. And the club. And the organisers and everyone else. So.
All right, thank you. Well done. Righto, Lockie. We haven't. They'll get their trophies out to you. Lockie, well done, mate.
Thanks, Sandy. That was a long day out there. But huge thanks to the club for putting on a good event this weekend. Really well run. Organisation was great. You'd have to be mad to do another lap out there. She was pretty rough, but still pretty good fun. Huge thanks to Method Wheels for their bead grip technology, making sure we didn't have to get out and change a flat today. Tensor tyres as well. Anderson Race Cars for giving us the best material to build our cars out of so they can hold up to tracks like this. And we'll see you again at Gundy.
All right, thank you, Lockie. Car 651. Now this was a battle, this next class that we saw right down to the wire, and another really strong class. There was 10 or more Class 10s out there this weekend. Third position, Trav Conrad. And I know everyone's biting to hear this next one. Second position, Stu Chapman. He got him. Stu Chapman came in first on track but missed out. I think it was only a couple of seconds. I'm going to say 1.7 seconds in the end it was, which means Bowie in 10.65, you came in first in Class 10. Well done, Trav.
Thanks, Sandy.
Good weekend.
Yeah, it was a good weekend. Just like to thank these two for sitting in with me all weekend. Dad, Mark and Rachel for helping the pits. Catherine and Tamsin for help at home. And the club and landowners for putting on such a great event. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. That's Travis Conrad, car 10.06. Stu, commiserations on 1.7 seconds, mate. There was a tight one. We were watching closely for a long time, but well done.
Yeah, no, that was an awesome battle. It was a really, really fun weekend. I was just stoked. So good. No, I just want to thank everyone that helped me get here this weekend. Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline Wheels, Penrite Oils and KCUs, and Chapman's Performance Dyno Tuning, and just all my friends and family that came out this weekend to help, and it was just so good. So,
well done, mate. Bowie, 1.7 seconds, mate, and must say that was one of the tightest races of the Class 10 I've seen in a little while.
Yeah, it was. It was good. Thanks for the good race of the day. Yeah, no, it's good. And, fair few Class 10s around now, so, yeah, it's good. I'd just like to thank Richo for naviing again, and all my pit crew, the homos. Well done, boys. Tanner, Sam, everyone that helped. It's all good. Cara and Maddie and Cooper and Ella. You just can't do it without you. You all chip in and do your bit. So, and to the landowners, it's a little messy out there, but anyway, it's good, and I really hope you get some rain because it's pretty disastrous. Yeah. Yep. Thanks for that.
All right, Bowie, finishing out our Class 10. Well done. Righto, we'll move on to, thank you lot. We'll move on to Class 1, another fairly strong class. In car 184, Evan Lampard and Josh Gaskin. Second position, who had a fairly good finish there as well, Simon Tucker in car 2. And taking out first place in Class 1 this weekend, not Jay Mitchell. Yeah, Jay Mitchell, come on, mate. Jay Mitchell and Matty Burrows, well done. They came over the line in a very, very high position outright. So, well done to the lot of you. Evan?
Yeah, thanks to the landowners, all the officials, all the medics out there, what do you call them, all the recovery crew, competitors. Track's brutal. Not bad to be up here considering I only done 3 laps. Thank you.
No worries, well done, mate. Simon, once again, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Well done, Evan. You pushed hard all weekend. Jay, you were the man to beat. We couldn't catch you. But yeah, what an event. Thanks to the Waikerie off-roaders for putting on a great event. Facilities were great, showers were warm, toilets flushed. Just a bit of a pity about the dust, like Bowie said. But a Navigator Skins, he called it all day. It was a fair bit there to negotiate, and there was never a dull moment. If it wasn't something, that was something else. And it was one of them races. It's just good to get finished. And thanks to my pit crew. Pretty full-on weekend, and we'll talk about it later tonight.
Sounds like someone's in trouble. Righto, Jay, well done. You and Matt pushed all weekend.
Thanks to all the Waikerie Off-Road Club. Pretty good event, other than obviously not the best conditions, but hopefully you get some rain soon. Thank Dad and Matt for jumping in with me. I know Matt normally drives, but he done not too bad. All the pit crew, Mark Burrows' crew, they all helped me out, get me here, and all that Mel and Brandle. And thanks for that.
Righto, thank you, Jay. There we go, our top 3 in Class 1. Thank you, guys, well done. All right, we'll move on to Class 4. And I think we had 4 or 5 Class 4s here this weekend. Jason Forsman in 474, third over the line in Class 4. And with an absolute belter of a finish this weekend, Peter Sibbo, Mr. Barker in the passenger seat in 412, wrapped with that finish, and obviously with a top finish also. And first in Class 4, Greg Gartner, Jamie Jennings. I hear somewhere, I saw them a minute ago. Well done, guys. Well done, Mr. Forsman.
Thanks, mate. It's been crook for the last 3 weeks, so it's been a battle just to get here. So thanks to, obviously, the landowners, the club, everyone involved in running the event. Without you guys, we don't have events. So thank you. Our family, friends, and Thomas for jumping in with me, and NGK and Steady Lights. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Sibbo, phenomenal effort, mate, and good to see you home over the line there.
Thank you, Sandy. And I'd just like to thank all my crew that have gone home and my navigator, Greg, for a great effort. And Greg Shaw put in a big help with us during the last couple of weeks. And thank you to my lovely wife for supporting me all the time as she does. And Donaldson Air Filtration, Mickey Thompson Tyres, they also help too. So thank you.
All right, well done, Sibbo. First in Class 4, Greg Gartner.
Thanks, mate. Just like to thank our sponsors again, the Waikerie Club. Everyone who comes out and watches, all the other competitors, and just a huge turnout here, and a lot of work going into this track. So it's dry for the poor old farmer, but hopefully it rains soon. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Greg, and well done. Thanks. Our top 3 in Class 4, folks. That's an awesome finish. 2 of these cars right up the pointy end as well. Thank you, lot. Righto, ultimate class. Car 60 Ultimate Class third. Brenton and Matthew Galash. Here somewhere? Oh, right here in front of us. Car 57, Aaron Habe. And also, wherever he is, Toddy Lehman in first place in Ultimate Class. Well done, Todd and Brad. Brendan, mate, well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to thank the landowners and the club. They've done a great job. Yes, thanks to my sponsors, Manham Auto Centre, and thanks to all the Element crew for helping us out, as they always do. And thanks to Matthew here for keeping me on track.
No worries, mate. We'll go over to Mr. Habe. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, thank you to my navigators. Had a choice this weekend just in case, and they all survived, so that's great. So I really appreciate their effort and what they did for me. And yeah, thanks to Carl and Bradley and who else helped us out? Wayne, Tarvey and Declan putting the car back together after Rainbow. So it was a huge effort, and just you got to keep being persistent, but yeah, it pays off, so it's great fun. So thanks, guys. Well done, Grashy, and well done, Toddy.
No worries, thank you. And first in Ultimate, Todd Lehman and Brad, car 85.
Thanks, Andy. I'd just like to thank the Waikerie Club, all the recovery, everyone out there on the track, all the volunteers walking around in the busy shirts. Everyone's done a good job. We'll come back next year.
Good to have you back next year. The Ultimate Class, thank you everybody, and well done. I think it's a bit of a hard feat by the sounds of it out there. The end of the weekend, the rocks were coming through. Thank you, you lot. Well done. Class 8, once again, a little bit of an empty class this weekend. We only had one entry, car 888, Michael Hackney takes out the prize. So if Michael's still here, I know they didn't quite finish they finished enough, but they didn't quite finish the whole event. I'm not sure they're here. They might have bailed already. No. All right, we'll move on. Outright this weekend, car 57. They don't have to walk far. They just sat down, but you can come back up. Car. Aaron. The Habies in that beautiful green Element that didn't really miss a beat all weekend from what I saw. Second place, car 410, Greg Gartner, Jamie Jennings again. And once again, Toddy Lehman and Bradley Jacob in the passenger seat of car 85. Well done again, mate.
Once again, massive thanks to the landowners too. You got to think about these guys here and their land, and the guys just, it's great to have people here to actually celebrate or have a good time on their country, and just to give them a bit of a cheer up, so it's great.
Thank you, mate. And Greg, second outright. Fantastic result.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. The truck sort of started, or the truck come to the track, or the track went to the truck a bit at the end there. So it was getting pretty rough. But I mean, a lot of tracks end up the same. So we like it when it's like that, to be honest. We've seen old mate there, not far in front of us, but I'm sure he didn't have it turned up very much. So good on these guys and Aaron. I might have to take some gym membership up. I'm pretty stuffed.
All right, and first outright this year for the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, Toddy Lehman in car 85.
Yeah, thanks once again. Cheers, mate. Thanks for Brad for jumping in. Just done a good job all weekend. All my pit crew, mum and dad, everyone helps out. The track was great. Those big class 4s made it pretty rough out there for us, but we sort of got through, and it was all good. Cheers.
All right, well done, folks. Your top 3 for this year's ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2025. It's the second round. wasn't me. Well, I'm sure we'll be able to have that sorted. We'll get that sorted, that's all right. Round 2 for the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, and we're on to Gundy next, so we hope to see you lot there. We're going to just grab some more results, and we'll go on to the club component, etc., of the presentation. So once again, thank you very much, guys, and well done. James is just off grabbing the results for the next component, so. Thank you. Once again, we've got Gundy from the 8th to the 10th of August up on the Queensland border. Presumably you've all put your entries in. Yeah. And then down to Pines at the end of the year for the last round of the championship. So 4 cracker races this year. Just a couple of bits of housekeeping while we wait for those notes. Make sure when you leave you can take all the rubbish, all your rubbish and everything with you, and try and leave the place as you found it, so we're all welcome back here next year. Thanks to the landowners again, and we'll just wait for James a couple of seconds off, I'd say. The points have taken a lot to work out this afternoon. We had a couple of cars left out on track, so they were still calculating pretty much as we started talking up here this afternoon. So just hang 5. We have an award here that Annie's going to announce. I don't know anything about it. I haven't been told anything about it, so I'll let you take over, Annie.
Sure. Okay. So a lot of you, not everyone, but a lot of you would have known Trevor Copeland. He was an off-roader who was much loved by everyone. He started racing in 1996, and in 2010 we got together and we ended up racing together too. So we had a really successful time. He was a 3-time national champion in Class 9, and amongst lots and lots of other events. He raced in every state except Tasmania. But unfortunately he passed away last year. Got the dreadful cancer bit, and yeah, so it was a bit of a sad loss for everybody. But my club wanted to know if they wanted to have an event with his name in memorial, and I said, I don't think Trevor would have liked that, and I don't think that was such a good idea. There's too many memorials. But Trevor had so many beautiful trophies, and I thought, well, and I'm sure Trevor would have appreciated it too. He loved to help the underdog. He was always there to lend a hand if somebody was struggling with something, and he hated the limelight. So, you know, if he saw, you know, just a Class 2 having a hard time with something, he'd go over and see what he could do. So I've picked out some trophies, and every competitor in the SAORRA series I kind of thought they'd be eligible for this sort of trophy, and I've called it the Trevor Copeland Encouragement Award. So I've chosen somebody who I think really, really epitomises the person that does a lot for the club, for all of SAORRA, for all the clubs. They're a racer. They also work behind the scenes. They do heaps of work. I know they do. Lauren Andrews, would you come up here, please? Now, Trevor knew Lauren and Jamie. He used to turn up with his big Mack truck and the trailer on behind, his buggy on it. And Lauren and Jamie used to come along with their little bikes and ride up and down the ramps. And they'd have to ask Mr. Copeland first to make sure that was okay. So, Lauren, you do so much for off-roading. And, yeah, we love you dearly too, so there you go.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Annie.
We're going to do the sportsmanship award.
Righto.
They've all been from the recovery guys, or these guys stopping out and doing rendering assistance.
So the Martin Motorsport team have been doing this for a long time now. They always giving back to the sport, and this weekend's no different. So once again, thank you to the Martin Motorsport team. We know they didn't have the best of weekends this weekend, but they do a sportsmanship award. It's $250 to 3 people, and it's picked this weekend by Recovery. And the 3 people that it's going to this weekend, I'm not sure of the incidences why. Colin Henderson, 225, if you're here. Mr. Greg Gartner, 410. Car 410. And 779, Heath Whedon. I'm not sure why you would receive these awards, but I know Heath always will stop anywhere and render assistance for anyone, anywhere. So I have no idea why you got yours, but well done, mate. Yeah. $250. It might buy you half a 40-inch tyre.
It'll be going straight into a 40-inch tyre. Thanks, Martin Motorsports. They're good lads, good team. So
always putting back into the sport, and very much appreciated. If those other 2 aren't here, I know Heath's dealing with a car issue still, possibly, so we'll get that to them post haste. We have all the scoring, but it's not in order, so they're just working out some classes. Hang 5 again.
We'll do outrights.
Outrights.
Championship, so which is both SAORRA and Southern States, so all combined. So club level racing.
So the club championships, which is the South Australian component and the Southern States component. We'll do outrights for that first, I think, if I can get them.
Second, third.
So in third place, Daryl Nissen, car 164. Super fast all weekend as well. Not sure I see him out there. He's gone home already. Yeah. Evan Lampard, which I think he's still here. Daryl's gone home. Evan's in second place. And Jay Mitchell. First, Evan second, and then Jay first. Well done, mate. Yeah. Watch out, they fall out. Hold on to them. Need to have a word? Nah, said enough?
Oh, actually, I'd just like to thank Sam, because he was whinging before, and Mum too.
You guys
might as well stay for your class results as well.
So that was
Yeah, so we'll go into class, which is the same 3 people.
Oh, there you go. So there you go. We'll go straight into. May as well do class 1 now while they're up here. The same 3 in the same positions. Third, Daryl Nissen in 164, Evan in 184, and Jay again in first place for class 1. There's a lot of trophies to hand out. Okay. Second outright was Brendan Forsyth in car 48 and Brenton Glash in car 60, first outright. Get those guys up. Sorry, they didn't print out in order like the first round of the Nationals, so. Yep, I just need it. Yeah, this is for club level.
Yep.
Class.
In class. Just shake hands and walk on. 60 and 48, which is what you've just called.
Righto. That was ultimate class, car 48 and car 60 in the club level, and well done, guys. I don't know what they're doing with trophies, girls.
You guys were 60, so you're first. Right, yep.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the other competitors, I guess, for showing up. Makes it a great weekend. It's good to have some strong competition, so it's good. Thank you.
No worries. Righto, in class 10, we have Matt Ridley in car 1088, Jesse in car 1082, and Trav Conrad in car 1006 in first place. Well done, Trav. I think everyone else has gone home, but well done.
Thank you. Once again, just thank these two, the landowners, all the officials. It is a huge job putting on an event like this, so they've done a fantastic job, so thank you very much.
Well done. We'll go class 4, folks. There was only 2 entries, and one was 404. Mr. Gussenhoven, if he's here, in second, and 474, which is the Forsman entry, in first place. Oh. Okay. So 4.
Is that
Second in class 4.
Oh, sorry, that's class 10. Yeah.
Mr. Forsman in first place for class 4 in the club series.
Thanks again. Again, thanks to everybody, and thanks to my wife and my little fella at home. Thanks.
No worries, mate. Yes. Class 5, there was only 1 entry, and that was car 570, Andrew Cameron. Not sure if they're here still. No. Class 6, we know there was a ton of class 6s out there this weekend. So third in class 6 was 657. Then in second position was 6119 and 678. There's only
Wasn't enough entries for multiple trophies, so just you first? Second. Sorry, you don't get a trophy because there's not enough entries in the class. But you can say something.
Oh, huge thanks to Waikerie and all the officials, recovery, massive effort you've put in. And then, yeah, huge thanks to sponsors, Lesk Engineering and all the others that are on the car. It's a great weekend. Dusty, but what can you do? It's dry.
no worries. Michael Lesk, thank you. Class 7, there's only one car once again. Heath and Michelle Whedon in 779. And I think they may still be over organising car stuff still. So the last class we have here is Class 2. And it was good to see a handful of Class 2s out this weekend. There seems to be a few more getting back out for the Southern States Series. Third place is car 222. Second place, car 276. And the Forsmans in 201 came in first place. Class 2. And we get trophies for first and second.
You guys second, triple two?
Triple two.
Second?
Yeah.
Third. So, yeah,
Third.
enough entries.
Troy.
Yep. Just thanks again to the landowners and to the Waikerie Club for putting on a great event. And yeah, thanks everyone.
No worries.
Thanks, Andy. Just thanks to everyone involved with the event. Thanks to all the other Class 2 boys. It was great to see some more Class 2s here this weekend and great to catch up with you fellas. Thanks to Liam for jumping in this weekend. My regular Navely was a bit crook, so did a great job. Yeah, just thanks to the Forsman Motorsport crew. And for those who are interested, and if you know anyone who has a Class 2 buggy, we've got the Class 2 Cup coming up at the Rainbow Short Course event in late August. So we're promoting that pretty heavily as well. So thanks very much.
No worries. Thank you, mate. Our Class 2 winners. We've still got state to go. Once again, we're just finalising scoring. There's normally a bigger gap between the finish and when we do presentations. So getting all the scores laid out takes a little bit longer than normal. So we won't be too long, another minute or two before James wanders out with those scores. We'll go through the state and then it'll be a wrap-up this year. I'll tell you what, the facilities here have been second to none, I believe. This weekend, the showers and toilet block, the whole lot, the helicopter rides, the viewing, and I've got to say, the driving out there was spectacular to watch as well, so thank you for that. 1 or 2 minutes before James walks back out, I believe, with the last lot of scores. And then we'll do a wrap-up before our next round up at Gundy in a few weeks' time. Big gap between Rainbow and Waikerie, but now there's a quick turnaround time, so you have to get out the shed every night this week, I would imagine. Here we go. Thanks for being patient too, folks. I know Bernie's been going like hell out there for the last little while.
We got the names this time.
Here we go. Righto. We may as well start at the top of the state championship points, trophies. We'll start out with the ultimate class. Car 60, Brenton. Car 57, Aaron. And Toddy Lehman first in the state points. I don't know if you want to say a word, Brenton.
I better thank my major sponsor, my wife, for letting us do this.
Thank you, Aaron. Once again, congratulations.
Can I say something, Declan? Come on, Declan.
Oh.
Yeah, good on you.
Yeah. No, I'd like to thank the whole everyone that just gets involved around here. I mean, I'm a footy player. Haven't done much racing before I come to this. it's interesting to see everyone get involved. So I fit in well because I'm a footy player because of like club community sort of thing. So, and I'd like to thank Aaron and the family for getting me around and involved. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, mate, and well done, Toddy. I think you've got a spare ute to take all your trophies home, I hope.
Yeah, mate, I bought the truck up. But yeah, thanks for everyone supporting that championship. It's been a great weekend for us, obviously. All good. Thanks to James here. He does a power of work for this club. And then when we have our Pines Enduro, he also comes down and helps us there. So it's not just what he does within this club, it's stuff outside of that. So much appreciated.
Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Ultimate class champions for the state. And we'll go straight on to class 10. 3 cars in the state championship. We've got Paul Tinger in 1010. Trav Conrad. There's trophies for first and second here. Trav Conrad in second position in car 1006 and Stu Chapman in 1014. First here in this weekend's state championship.
Why wouldn't you go to Pines? Aren't you? You don't have to be so what? State. State is state. Right, if you're going to Pines, you want to be in state.
Trav's second. Trav second and Stu first.
Once again, thank you to everyone.
Quick and easy one, Stu.
I'll be the same. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the club for a great event, and hope to see you at Gundy and Millicent at the end of the year.
All right, well done, guys. Righto, class 5, only 2 cars in the state round, and that's Vandy, who I believe is not here, and Michael Shipton, which I don't think is here either. I think he's already gone. We'll get them through to them. Class 6 is only two cars entered, and that was 621 Tim Wilkinson and 678 Darren Franklin. Just first place for them. Might as well take them both. Just second here.
Darren Franklin.
Yeah. Do you want to no, first.
Yeah. Darren Franklin. Sorry. Yeah. Beautiful. Oh,
okay. You don't have to.
No. I'd just like to thank everyone again for putting on a good show. It was a fantastic race. Hard and tough, but anyway, we got through it all. And yeah, landowners, good luck. Have a rains. Thanks, mate.
Thank you. Class 7, Heath Whedon and Michelle Whedon in 779, who are still packing cars, I believe, and Michael Hackney in Class 8. So well done to those. I know we only had one of each of those classes here this weekend. Be good to fill them up a bit more in the future. Class 2, Connor Henderson in 225 and Brendan Forsman in 201. Grab. Oh, Michael Hackney.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, just once again, obviously we know it takes a massive effort to put on events like this. So just well done to everybody, everyone that plays a part behind the scenes. From a competitor's point of view, we really appreciate it. Like I said, we love travelling and camping out at places like this and trying to give some monetary support to the towns that we visit as well. So hopefully we can come back again next year and do it all again. Thanks very much.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. All right, the outrights for the state championship. We've done Class 1 first, didn't we?
That was Class 10.
Oh, that was Class 10, Class 1.
They haven't given us any Class 1.
We haven't got Class 1s. We'll just go grab Class 1s. I might do, in the meantime, the outrights and come back to Class 1s. So outright, Jay Mitchell in third position, car 121. Second position for the South Australian Championships, the state champs, is Aaron Habe in car 57 and Toddy Lehman in first in car 85. Oh, Toddy's hitting the road. Yeah, that's right. Hey. Yeah, there will be. Yeah. Well done again, mate. Second place.
Yeah, that's. I've got to thank my sponsors, Thompson Australia, for their tyres. They went awesome this weekend, so that was fantastic. Raceline wheels, we use them as well. So, Motor Centre, Element Off-Road. Who else we got? Myself. Costs a lot of money to run these cars, but we do it because we love you guys. We love doing this sport as it's just good fun to do it and get away from home. So yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, Aaron. And we should have Class 1. A lot of work went into the scoring, believe me. There's a lot more work today than normal. So, Class 1, Richard Andrews in 137, Simon Tucker in car 2, and Jay Mitchell in car 121 for Class 1 state championships. Any of those guys here? Simon Tucker's here. Yeah, we did.
Is that what you just did? Yeah, but they didn't get their trophies.
Losers first? Because Toddy and Jay are here anyway. Oh, that was one from before.
Yeah, all right. So, who's first and second? Jay.
You're third.
Give me a check.
Nah.
And you don't.
Simon Tucker second. And Jay Mitchell first.
Are you getting Jay's? You want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Once again, Waikerie Off-Road Club, huge effort. There's a lot of people here over the weekend, all shapes and forms. A lot of things go on to run an event like this, and yeah, landowners, awesome stuff given the circumstances. And yeah, hope you'll let us back next year. And yeah, Jay's got me again. Must be his good navigator, Matt.
No worries. Thank you, guys. Matt, you want a word?
You guys to say something. Yeah, Jay, I'd like to thank all these sponsors. Probably MBR, I'd say. Yeah, thanks to Waikerie for putting on such a good event. We'll probably definitely be here next year. It was a great track, good to have a look at, and yeah, thanks very much.
No worries. Toddy, you want to have a word about your outright state? Not your outright state, but your outright state win.
Thank you.
No worries. Yeah. James, the grand poobah of this race, did a lot behind the scenes. Just a couple of words from James about the whole event as a whole.
The guys that we haven't thanked are the ones we need to thank most of all for allowing us to wrecked their properties. So we can't thank those guys enough for allowing us to have this event. And under the circumstances, it was touch and go whether we were going to run it. Luckily, we didn't have 100 entrants, otherwise it might not have happened. But I'd like to call Brenton Collins up here, and Shelley as well, if she wants to come with Brenton. And I'm not sure whether Red's here, I haven't seen him, but we've got something for both the Collins families who are cousins, so properties next door to each other. So Brenton's owns the property that we're on, and Red owns the property across the road. So it's only very small, but we can't give you enough thanks. Thank you very much, guys. Do you want to say anything? Yes. Yeah.
I just hope everyone enjoyed the weekend. We knew it was going to be dry. We got all year to fix it. Hopefully you all come back next year and it's wet and we can enjoy it just as much.
Thank you, mate. Once again.
And better thank all the sponsors to help the club out and makes the weekend go so well.
Thank you, and we appreciate it. We'd love more land to race on. Thank you very, very much. So I think that's about all we need to yap about. Once again, August 8th to the 10th, Gundy up in the Queensland border, and then the Pines at the end of September down in Millicent here in South Australia. Quick wrap up. Don't forget to take all your rubbish home and keep the place clean and left clean and how we was when we arrived. The ARB Waikerie Hotel, Riverland Enduro. Everyone here, thank you very much for coming for round 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. So that's it. It's a wrap, and we'll see you in a few weeks up at Gundy. Cheers.
We almost missed it, so we've got a few ladies' trophies for each level and also for the junior. So first ladies home in the national is Chelsea Haby and Liz Haby with car 57. And in state, they're also the first ones home. And for club, we've got car 779, Michelle Whedon, who they're not here. First Lady Club, yeah. And for the juniors, we got car 1006, Alistair Conrad and Caleb Brown. So that's junior?
First junior, yep. And then they've got the two first lady for state and first lady ARB.
So that will be to the Navies?
No, they're both different.
Yeah, I know, but they're both different. So that's Navies?
Cute, thank you.
Righto, thank you all. That is it, I believe.
Yeah, so that's
Yep. Okay, thank you. Travel safe, and we'll see you all at Gundy within the next month. Congratulations to everybody, and see you next time around. Cheers.